Let's see if this works. It's going to be a little bit different. Oh, no. Yeah, I think it's maybe better like that. All right. Let's see if this is any good. Looks like it's working. All right, which is good. So Russell W's already got absolutely ham. Sportscaster audience, another heat wave, another heat wave, indeed. How is the microphone? Because it's not the best picture quality, but I actually have I only have a limit. So basically, I'm doing this on a laptop, and I only have a limited
Infantry,
number
sir.
of.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Aha, that's the first thing we need to check. So Streamlabs alerts probably need to be taken back to there. Okay, so I'm doing this on my on a laptop, and I've only got a limited number of USB slots. So I had to choose between a USB slot for my webcam and a USB slot for the microphone, and I figured like maybe the headset microphone would be good enough, but yeah, mic is okay, not great, not terrible. Is it a quality thing or a sound thing? It's okay, we don't need to hear you. I mean, to be fair, yeah, we don't, yeah. Oh god, it's like a few years back. It's a quality thing. Is it like tinny? Or is it? Because I've got the other microphone right next to me. Get it close to your mouth. The 2005 Xbox Live vibes. Is that better?
Jaffa, Cree! Telmakol, Kritak.
Don't breathe into it.
You heard me?
It sounds like you work in a shitty call center. Well, the thing is, John, something just came across my desk which is absolutely dynamite. You've got 30 seconds. I'd like to talk to you about it. Aerodyne Interactive or Incorporated or something. Tech support stream. We tried turning it off and on again. There you are. So I actually have. So the crazy thing is, I actually have like a full-blown setup going on it. So I've got. So I basically I have a laptop, and I might get like a USB port for it, so I can have more stuff going on. I'm very much testing to see if the laptop can handle streaming. It's not designed for streaming. It's actually my old Corpo laptop for when I was a Corpo when I was a Corpo manager, living my fast-paced, jet-set, latte executive lifestyle, and but it was a very good one. It was a very good one. So yeah, so I kept it. Hey man, by the time me and that, but I asked if I could keep it actually. Did I ask if I could keep it? 50-50 chance. I feel like I asked if I could keep it, and they said it was okay. By the time I left, both sides were happy to see the back of each other. So yeah, it was. I think they were. I think if I remember now, I don't think I stole it. I'm not a thief. I don't steal things. The more I think about it, 99% certain I actually asked to keep it, and they said I could. So yeah, there we go. But the point is, no, I definitely remember asking for it because I said to my boss, I was like, I mean, I lied, but I said I need this to do, I need a good laptop for when I'm doing my future endeavors and everything. So as part of the agreement and everything, and he was like, okay, yeah, you can keep it. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's one of those. So now I think, yeah, I couldn't remember if I had, but now I've cast my mind back, dredged through the memories about 4.5 years ago. I do remember I did ask for it. So yeah. But what I'll do is I'll get a USB hub, USB port, I should say. But get like that, you can get like it's like a single USB plug, but then it branches out and you put like 7 USB things into it. So I'll get something like that, and then I don't have to pick between microphone and video. Yeah. I thought you had a Vanguard Tactics top on. I do, because I am a professional. I just thought, in the wake of the recent popcorn drama of rippling across the 40k YouTuber community, it felt only appropriate as a professional full-time content creator. It felt only appropriate to wear the garb of my people and to get my reps in and to play, perform, bollocks, and all that kind of shit. And yeah, like I thought it was the right thing. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, now that now that we're an A tier faction, I need to start acting like an A tier player. Yeah.
All guardsmen, follow me to glory!
That's how it works, right? The A stands for something. There we go. Yeah. All right. So anyway, joking aside, so if the sound quality is good enough, well, yeah, if the sound quality is good enough, we'll go with it. If it's bad, I mean, you guys could decide. I can put the other webcam on, the integrated webcam. I can put the integrated webcam on and have the other microphone. You guys can decide, but yeah. So if anyone's wondering why I'm down here on the alternative setup, or why I have an alternative setup. So at the moment, I tell you what, I'll turn these alerts down, but not off. So at the moment, the UK is going through another heat wave. It's the second one of the year. So I think we have to start accepting this might not be a heat wave, and this might just be how our summers are now, which obviously is awesome because it's nice to be lovely and warm and everything. But I have an alternative setup because I can't stream upstairs. My normal streaming setup is on the top floor, so I can't stream upstairs because it's so warm. And actually, last time I mostly streamed through the last heat wave, and it actually did cause some issues for my computer. Some of my USB ports and stuff don't work anymore, which is not good. So I thought, you know what, I will get. I have this laptop. I'll buy a few bits for it. So basically, all I've done is bought a second screen for it, so I can now do share screen and stuff. And I thought, you know what, let's, it's not much. It's like spend a modicum of money to basically get a slightly better backup setup versus doing it on the phone. Because the problem with doing it on the phone, because we have had like phone stream and stuff before, but the problem with doing it on the phone is that it I can't get alerts. I can't do gifted I can see the super chats that come in. I can't see the gifted memberships that come in. It's just not quite. It's not quite there. So I thought, you know what? Let's get a slightly better backup system, which I'll only have to do once every so often when it gets particularly hot. And then what I'll probably do is for next year, unless it gets worse, unless it gets significantly worse, I'll get an AC unit. But this year, but next year I'm gonna have an AC unit. Yeah, yeah. So it's just one of those. Yeah, it's just one of those where this is the backup system so that I can continue streaming. It's one up from phone stream. Yeah, it's one up from phone stream. So there you go. Mordy, what about portable AC? So the problem with portable AC is that it makes a really, really loud noise. So we actually had a portable AC unit, but Mrs. Mordian requisitioned it for the workplace for her business, and it lives there now. But even if we did have it, even if I did have it at home, it would be so loud. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that hopefully you guys can't hear any wind, apart from this wind bag. Hopefully you can't hear any wind down the microphone. I don't have the fan directly on me at the moment, so I'm still sweating my taint into the next life. But it's better than upstairs, where I would be in the next life alongside my taint if I was trying to stream upstairs. Yeah, so we finally bullied the Brits into buying AC. Bro, we need AC. Yeah. Yeah, we need AC. There's no doubt about it at this point. We didn't used to need it. Like, we didn't used to need it at all, and we definitely need it now. Like it's gone from the point where you could just deal with a hot day or two to like it's really hot every year. Like, okay, so I believe global warming is happening. You know, like, do you know why I believe it? Because I feel it. I'm living the global warming right now. Yeah. And what's my solution to global warming? Get an air conditioning unit. Hey. I recycle. I've got to have some green social credit score rocking around. Okay? I've got to be in the green with the greens. Okay? I've got to be, all right? So, you know, I think it's time for a bit of a rebate on that. I think it's time for a little bit of a cash in some of that saving the planet credit.
You dogs to victory!
Yeah, I think it's time to cash in some of that saving the planet credit. Yeah. There you are. I don't think my alert went off then particularly effectively. It might have done. Anyway, there we go. They are going off. That's excellent. All right. So, with all that said, did you see the scripted Q&A? No, I didn't. I have very little time for GW's propaganda machine. But what I do have time for is to answer all of my super chats. So we've got we're going to die. I know you guys are probably going to be upset with me doing roll call, but the stream's already completely informal at this point. We are not engaging in any traditions at this point. So let's just dive right into it. And one of the reasons I especially want to dive right into it is because we had a really big bit of support that started the stream off. So I tell you what, why don't we do a double doozy here? Why don't we do a roll call, but at the same time we can dedicate this roll call to somebody? How about we do that? There we go. You know, I think that's a good balance. All right. So today's roll call is going to be dedicated to the man, the myth, the legend, the absolute Giga Chad, Russell W., who came in and started the stream off with not 1, not 2, not 3, not 10, not 20, but 50 gifted memberships. It's popping up, baby! Yes! 50 gifted memberships, 50 4th edition conscripts to send in, 5th edition conscripts, send in the next wave. There we are. Holy shit, man. Russell W. getting the stream started off right, coming in with the big 50 gifted memberships, absolutely smashing it, going above and beyond the Call of Duty, being an absolute fucking hero. Everybody spam 07 down in the chat. There's no Spriggs protocol anymore, as in, like, you know, we're not allowed. You can spam it as much as you want, because I'm not doing not reading everyone out, so you can go full Spriggs mode, spam it as much as you want, because not only is this a roll call, but this is an acknowledgement of gratitude to Russell W. for being an absolute fucking hero. And I think we should all do a load of 07s. I'll do some as well. There you go. Do some 07s to say a massive, massive, massive thank you to him. 50 gifted memberships. Absolute fucking Giga Chad maneuver. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Stuffy, from the bottom of my heart, bro. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you so much for your incredible support, for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, and for being an absolute fucking hero. For an absolute fucking Giga Chad. There we go. Alright, there we are. Holy shit, man. Russell W, thank you so much, man. Thank you so fucking much. I can't tell if the on-screen chat is actually broken for how much people have been 07ing. It looks like it might have broken slightly. But there we go. Holy shit. Russell W, absolutely awesome, man. Thank you so much. Incredible. I also want to say, speaking of gifted memberships, I also want to say a big thank you to Marold. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. I'm just going to refill my glass right now so that I can raise it to you. Marold, thank you so much for your support, mate. You're a good lad. Oh, do you guys get lovely like mouth drinking water, mouth noises when I drink something? Oh yeah, that's the ASMR content that people subscribe for, baby. That's where it's all at. Mal, thank you so much for the gifted membership, and thank you for unlocking a new level of degeneracy on the stream. There we go. I just want to say a big thank you to Dallas. Dallas, thank you so much for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Big shout out to Dark Knight Curran. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat. Mike is okay, not great, not terrible. I appreciate that. As long as it's listenable enough. I'm not aiming to get any stream highlights or anything out of today. I've actually already got I'm a full week ahead. Normally, by the end of a Friday, I'm only ahead to that sort of Tuesday, but I'm actually a full week ahead. All bonus videos and everything. Well, maybe missing like one bonus video, but I've got full week ahead. So I'm not planning on farming anything tonight, so we can literally just have a chill one. If something particularly relevant comes up, we'll talk about it. And if the mic quality you think is good enough for a stream highlight, then there you go. But if it's not, then I'm not too worried. Yeah, not too at all. Yeah, can you guys hear the wind on the microphone like right now? I feel like you probably can do. I'm sort of just seeing if chat. Yes. How bad is it? Is it intolerable? Is it intolerably bad? Because I won't like. You shouldn't be able to hear it now because I'm leant forward. But if you're talking, you can't really hear it. Okay. Well, I'm just going to turn it so I'm actually getting to, because it's fucking sweaty, boys. I'm just going to turn it so it's actually, I'm actually getting to benefit from the fan a little bit. There we go. All right. You might get a little bit of wind noise, but hopefully it's not too bad. I want to say a big thank you next to James Homer. Thank you for the super chat. Hey Mordian, message in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Let me have a look here. Oh, here you go. Let's have a look. Oh, look, I could do something. Look at this. 1 minute. Hopefully this will work. Cha! Look, see, I have a set. Oh, wait, I haven't got a mic. 1 minute. It's 1 minute. Ah, I know why. My webcam isn't there, but I can add it. 1 minute. Here we go. The Magos Mordian in the house. 1 minute. Don't worry. There we go. Now, hopefully, let's see if this. Yes, there we go. 1 minute.
You heard me. I said creep.
There we go. Okay, cool. Still just adjusting a few bits. There we go. Look, we got like proper screen share shit going. I got a second screen for my laptop. It's really cool. It was not that expensive either. Like, it's crazy. Slight can I have a slight sort of boomer old guy moment here? The idea of being able to go on Amazon and just buy a portable second screen for my laptop is really like sci-fi to me, because when I was a kid, that's something that I was like, I wish that existed, and they didn't really exist. And if they did exist, they were very, very, very expensive, prohibitively expensive. And now it's just like, oh yeah, like here's one, and it's like well under £100, and it's like perfectly good quality, and it's just literally plug and play. There's no drivers, there's no video cards or anything like that. It's fucking crazy, man. Like, I remember having to have like a sound card and a video card and all this kind of mad shit. So I don't think people even bother with sound cards in like good gaming PCs now anymore, do they? Like they used to, but yeah. Anyway, hey Mordy, Warlord games are becoming mainstream. Get your total core at a Tesco near you. Yes. So for those of you who are, look at that. Oh, my face is in the way. Won't bring it? There you go. Look, free Warlord games, Konflikt 47 Totem Core. So War Games Illustrated and Warlord Games have they've actually got like a pretty good like working relationship. Like when I did the Valrak battle report for Konflikt 47, we did it at War Games Illustrated. They lent us their venue because they've obviously got like good photography and everything for like the models and everything. So that was really, really cool. So they've got like a really good set, a really good place for it. So yeah, like that's really it's really cool to see, you know, the continued sort of working relationship between those two companies, and it's awesome to see you can get yourself some Totem Core, and that's a full. I think that's a full 15, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so you get yourself 15 Totem Core for $5.99 if you buy a copy of War Games Illustrated. July 2026, issue 463, and that's a really good deal, man. I mean, bear in mind, if you were to buy a box of Totem Core separately, I think it would be like £37 for 30 of them. So you know you could save yourself a lot of money, and you get the same amount of Totem Core for just 12 quid. That is the beauty of doing promotions, people. There you go. That's the beauty of doing promotion. So if you are Konflikt 47 curious, then get yourself down to your local Tesco and pick up some of these fucking Totem Core, man. And hey, you know what? Even if you are like, you know what, I'm not even going to play Konflikt 47. I don't really care about this. Maybe you want some Poxwalkers for 40k. You know, obviously, I'd encourage you to, you know, to get into Konflikt 47 because I think it's an amazing game. I think it's worth your time. But you know, if you need some cheap Poxwalkers, can't complain at 6 quid for 15 Poxwalkers, can you? Get a couple of boxes of those. That'll be 30 Poxwalkers. Yeah, looking good. Now, it doesn't seem like they come with any bases, is the only thing I'm thinking. So you might need to get your hands on some spare bases, but even then, it's still a pretty good deal. Yeah. I love that. I actually have a Tesco near me. Maybe I should go down and get some. Yeah. No, Morden. You don't need any more Totem Core. I mean, I've got like, I think I've got 85 Totem Core, 80-ish. I've got a lot of Totem Core because I got I think, or maybe is it? I got between 70 and 80. So I bought the Totem Rotter Army, so there's 45 there, and then I got a free sprue of Totem Core off Warlord when they were first making them. So that's in the 15, so that's 60. And then I got a metal box of Totem Core, which was 12, so that's 72. And then I got, I think, 2 of the German starter armies. Was it just 1? It might be 1 of the German starter armies. So that'll be another 8. So yeah, I think I've got 20. So I think I've got 80 roughly. 60. Yeah, 80. I think I've got about 80. I don't think I need any more. I don't need any more. But yeah, I'm a sucker for a good deal. That's the thing, right? What have we got next? Panda! Panda, thank you so much for the Pain Blade. Yes, it is the Pain Blade chat. Thank you for the very generous super chat, mate. Not funding the opposition. Wait, is this you taking funds away from a different, like a different channel or something and giving them over to me instead? Oh man, I love that, Panda. Hey, I'll take it. You know, one man's lost, another man's gain. That's what they always say, right? Oh my days, Panda. Thank you for the incredible support, man, and thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you next to Average White Shark. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thoughts on adding Force Orc tied to detachment? Each detachment would have one or two variants fitting the theme while potentially limiting unit spam. So what you're saying, Average White Shark, is you want to go back to 8th edition. Because that is a system that we had in 8th edition. Where, and to a lesser extent, that's the system we kind of had in 7th edition. But 7th edition, it did the opposite, it encouraged unit spam. But in 8th edition, you could take a series of detachments, but each detachment only had a limited number of slots open to it. So it's kind of like an advanced Force Orc chat. Think about like how Horus Heresy does list building, but not completely and totally dog shit and overcomplicated and convoluted. Yeah. So yeah, I'd be totally. The thing is, I think what you need is you need separate points values for each detachment. That's what you need, because the current problem with the 40k points, I've said it so many times. I'm not going to deep dive it now because I've said it so many times. But the current problem with the current 40k points and detachment system is that the points do not necessarily reflect the detachment that your unit's being taken in. It just always assumes you're going to take the. It assumes a very narrow-minded approach, which I think is, I don't know, I think it's somewhat indicative in some ways, but we won't get into that now. But it assumes you're always going to take your Bulgrin in, like, the Abhuman detachment. It assumes that you're always going to take your Scions in the Bridgehead Strike detachment, right? And so as a result, it assumes that you're always going to take them in the best combo. But the moment you want to take them like outside of that sort of artificial environment that's been created, it doesn't make sense. So a great example of this is like Scions. For a great 11th edition example is Scions, because Scions went up in points, and a lot of people were like, why? Why do Scions go up in points? It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, what is going on here? And the reason why Scions went up in points is because it's actually understandable. But it's understandable but not excusable. It's a sticking plaster to a core flaw in the game. Because GW assumes that you're going to take Scions in something like Mech Assault plus Bridgehead Strike to have Scions with some ungodly number of combos stacked on them, +1 to hit, +1 to wound, 4 rolls to hit, 4 rolls to wound, some other mad shit going on, right? Like that's what it assumes you're going to have. But what if you just want 5 Scions to do an objective? What if literally you just want a 5-man Scion squad to keep in your back pocket, so that if you draw behind enemy lines, you've got a unit which you just go boop and just do it? Well, that is that's not worth 85 points. That's worth what Scions were originally costed at, which is 50 points. But GW assumes that you're not going to be doing that. In fact, the way they've designed the game is like, you don't do that. What are you doing? No, take the crazy wombo combo fucking Death Star bollocks. And that's the issue. So even if you, so the thing is now, like, because you could now combine detachments, my old idea of saying, okay, well, every detachment needs its own points list, they can't even do that now, because you need a different, you not only would need a different set of points for each detachment, but they need a different set of points for each combo of detachments, and that's just for like one unit. So at that point, it's like what we're getting, you know, maybe a dozen different point values for a single unit. So I mean, it's if you want to go down this route of having multiple detachments and stacking them and comboing them and all that kind of stuff, then that's what you actually need. That's what you actually need if you want to create a more balanced competitive game. But obviously, it's fucking insanity. Don't think I'm endorsing it. I might be wearing a sports jersey, but don't think that's what I want. I'm just saying, like, if your true goal is to make a competitive edition, then that's what you would actually need. But it's obviously insanity. We can't have 12 different points costs. Right? It wasn't so bad when everyone had like half a dozen detachments. Like that was fine. But now, you know, that was fine. But we can't be doing that now with the current system. So as far as I'm concerned, the points are just, yeah, like they're pretty fucked. Like it's basically, I don't know. It's I don't think you can really fix the issue. I think you're now basically in the scenario where you do have to take you can't. What I really hate about it is it kind of feels like you have to bend GW's whims, because now I don't take Scions as a little objective doing squad. Now I only take them inside Mech Assault and what do you call it? British Strike. So now I'm playing GW's game. So GW's won, if that makes sense. They've managed to bully me into using their system, but it's not a good system. I think it's a flawed system, but it's like it's not a good system. Like I have to do it this way because it's the only sort of realistic way, but it's not the way. It still doesn't. It doesn't. Just because I'm having to do it that way, it doesn't mean the other problems that we've talked about don't exist anymore. They still exist. They're now just so far left in the dirt that there's no other way to do it. Yeah. So yeah, there we go. Anyway, what have we got next? Woodimp, my boy. Woodimp, thank you for the super chat. 1 minute, my computer's being a bit silly. There we go. Woodimp, thank you for the super chat. Congrats on the blacklist. Welcome to the club. Hey! you know what? I actually, you know what's funny? So, if you missed it today, what Woodimp's talking about is I got confirmation from a trusted source that I have been like blacklisted by Games Workshop, like officially. And what's funny is, and GW is going to hate this. GW, let me just move this over slightly. There we go, that's better. So GW is going to hate this because after that video came out, how shall we say this? A little Inquisition source, a little birdie, reached out, dropped into my DMs. No, it's not Valrak or anything like that. I would describe that as a big birdie, but a bird that fell off a roof. But no, a little Inquisition contact, my Cotier style spy network, as it were, dropped into my DMs and said, I've seen today's video. It's because of Valrak. It's because you have associated with Valrak. So you are now blacklisted. That's what it is. It said it's a combination, it's like the leaks were what kind of put you on the radar, and doing content with Valrak is what got you blacklisted. So there you go. Look, whatever you know, I know. There's people in there, someone who really, really doesn't like Valrak, and I think if you associate with him, it's the black mark. Yeah, there you go. Scamrat confirmed. Yep, absolutely, Scamrat confirmed. So There you know. There you go. We were talking about you today, and glad to see how the channel's grown in the last year or two. Always a pleasure to get to meet up. Love from us all. Ah, Woodham. Ah, Woodham, you big gay. I love you too, buddy. Oh, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it has. Honestly, I have to stop and pinch myself pretty regularly. Re how looking at how the channel's grown. I mean, I mean, considering it's just me. I mean, obviously we've got Evan as well, and Simon and Mordy Bro help out on occasion as well. But in terms of like just the content and whatnot, what gets the vibe and stuff that gets created for the channel, it's just my unemployable ass sat just chatting bollocks into a microphone, and I just and I can't believe it was a few years ago I was sub 10,000 subscribers. I made a little bit. I basically made no money off the channel or anything like that. It was no way it was full timeable, and then I just went fuck it, I'm gonna give it a go, and yeah, here we are 4 years later, and I mean, I thought I'd never reach 20,000 subscribers. Do you know what I mean? I just thought that'll never happen. I literally talk about a niche within a niche. I literally just talk about 40k, which is a niche, and then I talk about the guard, which is a niche within a niche. I just never thought it would go the way it's gone. But I'm I still consider myself to be a small YouTuber, very, very much so. Like I still kind of have that mindset. I don't have any desire to over professionalize or become like a company or anything like that. No. That's to me, that's not what YouTube's about. YouTube is about individuals in many ways. So yeah, I'm still considered a small YouTuber. I'm very, very, very happy with my 80-odd thousand subscribers. Never thought I'd get anywhere near that. If I manage to claw my way up to 100,000, I get that silver play button, it'll be a fucking miracle. But we can only hope. Just keep doing the grind and all the content and everything. But yeah, so I really do appreciate that, and please pass my regards back. Obviously, my regards to yourself and to Varak and to Daka and to Game Riot and all the others. Huge thank you to you boys. I appreciate that you guys have wanted to do content and stuff together. Not just in like that way, not in a creative kind of way, but just like hang out and stuff. It's been great. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. I can now say that we are definitely acquaintances. we are acquaintances now. There you are. Let's not get overly familiar. Let's not get overly familiar. Yeah, there you go. All right. What have we got next? Ishmael, my boy! Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. About to go all in on bolt action. What is the difference between the three different US factions, Armies, Marine, and Airborne? Okay, so there's not a huge difference between them, and you can mix and match them if you want to. It's more. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a man with a rifle is a man with a rifle. It's not like, let's put it this way, it's not as extreme as in like 40k. It's like the difference between like Dark Angels and Blood Angels and stuff like that. Like it's not really. Well, maybe actually that's a good analogy. It's kind of like they're all Marines, they're all Space Marines, but they've got their own little flavors. Actually, it's like just like different chapters essentially. The main thing is that the Airborne basically have to be taken at veteran experience, and they are stubborn. Marines can be taken as regular or veteran and can be stubborn, so they're not definitely stubborn. Airbornes are definitely veteran, definitely stubborn. Marines are regular or veteran and may be stubborn, and stubborn basically means you're much less likely to break in the face of combat. And then Army, you've got generic Army, they don't really have any special rules, but then you've got the sub-faction within the Army, which is the Rangers, and the Rangers, I think they have to be veteran as well, but they get a free pre-game move. They get like a scout move, like in 40k. So but airborne, they're not, but you can see they're not too dissimilar. It kind of just determines veterancy and stubbornness, and maybe you get a special rule, but that's kind of it. The thing with the airborne is they get some unique things, like they can take their light mortar teams. Most light mortar teams have to be 3-man for the Americans. For the airborne, they could take theirs as 2-man, for example. But mostly, honestly, it just comes to mostly it's going to be self-imposed restrictions that you put on yourself to theme the armies. So, for example, like, and someone in American history buff will tell me I've got this completely wrong, but just bear with me, okay? For example, if you were building a U.S. Marines force, you'd probably put like LVTs in there, like the landing crafts and stuff, because that's thematic for that faction. But you wouldn't really do that for the airborne, because I don't think the airborne even used LVTs. I think they were almost as far as I'm aware, for my limited knowledge on American World War II military history, it was the Marines that had the LVTs for the island hopping, and the airborne jumped out of planes. They didn't really have them, although I'm sure they drove around in something when they were on the ground. Probably some trucks and stuff. But anyway, but the point is that you could technically take airborne and put them in LVTs in bolt action. Like, there's nothing technically stopping you from doing it. It's a very beer and pretzels game. It's not overly restrictive in that way. But I don't think I've ever seen a bolt action player in the 10 years or so of me playing this game ever do that, because obviously that's not what you would do. You would put Marines in the LVT, obviously, right? So that's kind of it. So it's the thing with bot action is it's very natural to a guard player to play bot action, because we're so used to putting self-imposed restrictions on ourselves in 40k. Like, why are you only taking Krieg blobs? Because I play Krieg. Yeah, but you could put some Cadians in there. I don't play Cadians. Yeah, but you could do to make your list better. Yeah, but I don't do that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, let's have a look. Can't have a look here. People, is the stream okay? Or are people saying it's the stream dying? Have a quick look. Oh no, I think that we talked about the microphone. Someone's saying Grey Knight, yeah, I can hear it a bit. No, yeah, it's gone now. Oh, I think, is it Grey Knight actually might just be behind on the stream a little bit? Stream seems fine, sound fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I think Grey Knight's just behind slightly. Yeah, I'll message him. Grey Knight. One minute. There you go. See if that works. All right, let's go back to where we were. Right, how's my laptop doing? Oh, it's very warm. Oh shit! Right, I'll tell you what. Give me a second. I'm gonna get an ice. I'm literally gonna get an ice pack and put it on my laptop. Right, give me a second. All right. Yeah, let's try and keep it cool before it overheats. Poor little bugger's working his little heart out. There we go. Let's. Hopefully that'll be okay. tell you what, I will get a tea towel because that will defrost and then it'll ruin the coffee table. And we don't want to ruin the coffee table because Mrs. Mordian would get very angry with me. Okay, so understandably so as well. Reasonably so, one would say. Alright. Huh. 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 Magos Mordian, boys. Magos Mordian. My technical computer skills cannot be rivaled. How do you cool your laptop down? Get an ice pack. That's how you do it. Let's have a look. What we got next? Ninja Bricks, thank you for the super chat. Check out the memes I made in stream discussion. Alright, let's have a look. I just want to check something here. I want to make this. I'm trying to make the screen. Aha! That's fine. Cool. I've made it slightly better. Yeah. I'll get a cooling tray if I need to. Yeah. Right. Memes and stream discussion. Let's have a look. I think it's doing all right. This setup though. It's touch wood. It's been all right.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Let's have a look. This laptop's overheating for God. Fuck's sake. I can't see them, mate. Let me have a look. Is it the video memes? Commissar, is it 1 minute, let me just check this. Oh, it's White Monster Lover, isn't it? Yeah, it's White Monster Lover. Okay, let's have a look here. Okay, let's see what this is. See if I can get these to work. I love it. It can't load the video very well. Oh, it's overloading. Can he take it, Captain? The old laptop, can he take it? 1 minute. Alright, 1 minute. It's not what. Alright. Alright, we'll try the next one. Oh, I saw this one. This is brilliant. Yeah. Okay, so I think it was just the last video was being funny. Oh, no, it's not. 28% win rate, no cars, and planetary defense force. Yeah, there we go. I love it. There we are. All right. I like both of those. I think Evan used one of them before. I wonder if he'll use the other one. I'll tag him. There you go. There you go. All right. All right. What have we got next? They were quite good. Yeah. All right. What have we got here? Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat. Global warming is real / natural. We are still exiting an ice age. Also, AC just throws the heat out of your enclosed space. Nothing anti-environmental about it. Just don't dump coolant out like Babs. I mean, I do try and be reasonably environmentally conscious. I mean, I worked in the renewable energy industry. That was my corpo slop job, was working in the renewable industry for 10 years. And so I know all about green energy. Yeah. We won't get into it now. Let's put it that way. Warts and all, I know about it. Yeah, but yeah, I believe global warming is a thing, and I do try and be reasonably environmentally conscious. Like, I do my recycling, I don't, leave lights on and all that kind of stuff. Try and, I don't go for unnecessarily, like, I only travel when I need to, all this kind of stuff, right? So I'm obviously, I'm only one person, and there's only so much I can do. But as someone who does do their best as a normie in this regard, yeah, like I feel like I'm reasonably environmentally conscious, but not over the top with it, even slightly. Yeah, like I'm not hugging trees. I'm not hugging trees, but I'm not exactly cutting them down either. You know what I mean? I'm kind of in the middle. Yeah. There we go. I'm on the fence, baby. I'm on the fence. I'm not on the fence. On the fence implies that I haven't made my mind up. Yeah. Travel when you need to, mate. You don't attend events that aren't more than an hour away. Bro, if it's more than an hour away, I'm not going. I'm not going. Like, it's too far away. Exactly. See, environmentally conscious. I'm very green. There you are. Apparently. Grimdark Future, thank you for the 20 months. X-Force, baby. It's hot. Could be too hot. Might be. It's well hot. I love that scene from the In-Betweeners movie. It's well hot. Could be too hot. Might be. Valhalla Melter. Woody, thank you for the 49 months. Where's my 4-month badge? You've had your 4-month badge. I think you meant 4 years. Cheers to 4 years. X-Force, baby. Where is the 4-year badge? I haven't made it yet. I've been exceedingly lazy about the entire thing, but I do intend on making it. I'm either thinking of a melter gun or a power sword. I kind of like the idea of going for a power sword, because then I could make cross power swords for 5 years. See, it kind of works, it gives me more scope, as it were. But yeah, I'm feeling maybe power sword. Yeah. Look, it's very warm. I meant 4 years. It's very warm, especially from a Valhallan's perspective, I imagine, as well. All right, what have we got next? Also, thank you for the super chat, mate. Thank you for the super chat as well. 007, bro. Just watched today's video and bro forgot he leaves the Eldar Codex. Lamau, what a problem to have that you've leaked so many you forgot one of them. That's true. I forgot I leaked the Eldar Codex as well. And did I leak the Emperor's Children one? I can't remember. So many. Yeah, you were the inside job on the Eldar one, and then I think I can't remember if I just covered Emperor's Children after it had leaked, or if I leaked the Emperor's Children one. I can't remember. I'm not sure. No, you just reported on leaks. I think, yeah, I think that sounds about right. I feel like I got the Eldar leaks at the same time as everybody else, so I wasn't unique in that regard. But I still covered them basically the same time as everybody else. I wasn't first, but I wasn't last. I was kind of. Oh, I got a fucking hair up my nose. I was kind of. It was enough of a leak, right? Blood Angels. I don't think I did Blood Angels. I think I just covered Blood Angels. I remember distinctly the 2 guard ones and the Imperial Agents one, but the others, and then the Eldar one kind of, and then the others I don't really remember. I think I just reported on things that were already out there. Yeah. All right. What are we? But Woody, I always want to say thank you for your support and thank you for the Eldar Codex, I suppose. GW is not very thankful for it. Why would they be? So someone. So I had a little bit of so apparently the reason, I can't say too much, but apparently the reason Games Workshop doesn't like leaks is because they believe that leaks kill hype. And I don't agree with that. I strongly disagree with that. Remember when the 9th edition Guard Codex was coming out? I remember when I was like, guys, Death Strike missiles, legitimately awesome. And I posted a picture of like, I've bought 3 Death Strikes because of this. Because that was when they had the 3 different warheads and they were very, very cool, right? And when the 9th edition Guard Codex dropped, everyone was so hyped. Like, people, my leaks of the Guard Codex increased the hype. Well increased the hype. And yeah, people in chat are saying it. Yeah, leaks only kill hype if the product is bad. If the product is good, leaks enhance it. That's all. That leaks make it a bigger thing. Because not only do you have the excitement of the leaks, but you have the excitement of the hype. It's a compounding effect. It's a cumulative effect. Yeah. So that's why when I leaked the Imperial Agents Codex, that did kill the hype around it, because everyone was like, it killed my fucking hype around it, because everyone was like, oh, I can't wait to do like an Imperial Agents Inquisitorial Stormtrooper style army. Because remember how in the promotional, this is how much of a fucking scumbag GW is. Remember in the promotional material for the Imperial Agents Codex on Warhammer Community, they had painted up Inquisitorial Stormtroopers using Scion models. Remember that. And everyone who said, oh shit, we're going to get Inquisitorial Stormtroopers, and then they didn't give them. Yeah. That's it. Anyway, what have we got here? Leslie Mitchell, thank you for super chat. Loved your werewolf and bear video this week. Oh, dude, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, that video has been really popular. It's got, my Case 47 videos always take a little bit of a time to get going, but they always tick up constantly. So they always end up doing as well as my 40k ones, which is awesome. But this one has popped off quite quickly this week, and I think there's an element. I think it's just because Shrek, Wolf, and Ursus are some really popular units. People are really, they face them a lot, and so having some way of being able to like handle them or having some tricks to be able to deal with them, I think is pretty relevant for a lot of people. So yeah, so I'm glad it helped, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Alex, my boy, thank you for the 48 months. Quadruple X-Force, baby! 4 years, Alex, baby! Yes! Thank you so much, man. What is this? A stream for ants? Why, is the stream small? It should be the right size. It looks the right size on the back end. Do I have to check this? I assumed it was the right size because it looks right on the back end. So funny, I've been streaming and like post-it note size. Nah, it's full size. What are you on about? It's full size, I think. Stream size is fine. I could change it if it needs to be, but it looks like it's. Oh, maybe it's a little small on the edges. Nah. Yeah, it's the right size for me too. Alex was chatting shit. Just chatting bollocks, aren't you, mate? There you go. There you go. Alex, Alex, big news. Well, how do you feel about the Battle March and the new Old World stuff, man? I know you messaged me about it, but have you got any plans those updates? Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I want to see if my laptop's feeling a bit cooler now. Oh, it's feeling a lot cooler. Yes! Ice pack and a tea towel, boys! That's how we do things around here. Because someone in Bobby 3000, someone wants me to explain the yellow energy system to him. I can explain the yellow energy, but I was going to do it when the microphone was a bit less tinny. But I can still do it if I need to. Let's have a look. Is it good enough quality for stream highlight, guys? That's the question. More Bears and Shrek Wolf at incoming. Local game store sold me the Shrek Wolf for $42 as they were trying to get rid of stock. Ha ha! The fools! We have no community really, just about 3 of us play. Hey, 3 is pretty good. Nice. Nice. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for a game like K47, where, you know, some people would kill to have 3 people to play. And that's not to say that the game isn't, like, popular or anything. It's very, very popular, but it tends to be very, like, localized in different areas and everything. And I definitely think there's an advantage in the UK with us being slightly more concentrated. That even if there's not someone in your town that plays K47, it's only, like, a few minutes to go to the next town and play it, kind of thing. Yeah. But yeah, I think 3's alright. But obviously, a game store does need to make sure that they are ordering the right amount of stock for their community. So if there's 3 of you that play, they need to make sure they have enough stock to support the 3 of you. But or you guys could just order stuff directly through them is another way of doing it. But yeah. All right, what do we got next? We've got Danai Curran. Danai Curran, thank you for the super chat. I will now be lobbying you to never say beautiful mouth noises ever again. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard. How about some horrible mouth noises? How about, does that work? Okay, you don't have to do beautiful ones. I can do horrible ones. There you are. Alright, what have we got next? What have we got next? Alright. The Kerbo Meister, thank you for super chat. List question in stream discussion. You don't get this content on a GW stream. That's because the GW stream doesn't work! Right, let's have a look at the list question from Kerbo Meister. Let's have a look. I think it's this one. Hey Mordian, I want your opinion on this list. I recently played into Emperor's Children list with a buddy whose entire plan is first charges, so I built this list to be able to withstand a bunch of damage. He ended up failing a bunch of charges and I was able to punish him, but the game was still close. But he said my list was bullshit. Just wondering what your opinion on it is. The Catholic Church? You named just the Catholic Church? Okay, let's have a look. So, by the way, he's not allowed to complain about your list being bullshit, okay? Your list isn't bullshit. It's 11th edition coded. Librarian, Gift of Foresight. So you're in your Blood Angels in Liberator Assault group. You've got a Librarian, a Sanguinary Priest, and an Assault Instance Squad. They're all attached together. Wow. Isn't it, can I just say, isn't it bullshit that that Guards, like, whole thing was that we could, like, attach a bunch of characters together. Now we just, well, I guess we were. I guess Marines could do it for ages. But I guess when our codex comes out, we'll know what characters to support and what characters aren't. But Anyway, I'm not going to get too bent out of shape about it. Our time will come. We are just all slaves to the Codex cycle. It's 2026. GW still believes in releasing books in an age of digital rules. We're still slaves to the Codex cycle. Anyway, I can bitch about that. That's a legitimate gripe. Unit 2, Chaplain, Sanguinary Priest, Blade Guard Veteran. So I have been reliably informed that combo is very powerful. I've not played against it myself, but the Chaplain, Sanguinary Priest, Blade Guard, I called it the Blood Tricks Guard. That was the thing that I thought it was a cool name for it, like Victrix Guard, but Blood Angels. Blood Tricks Guard. I think it'll catch on. I think the Blood Tricks Guard combo is meant to be very good. I don't know why it's so good. I'm guessing because Chaplain gives you, is it +1 to wound or rerolls to wound or something, and Sanguinary Priest gives you something as well. Yeah, I've heard it's a good combo. And then you've got another Blood Tricks Guard squad. And then you've got a Death Company Captain with Jump Pack and 5 Death Company, a Chaplain Terminator Armor, and a Terminator Assault Squad, an Intercessor Squad, an Assault Intercessor with Jump Pack Unit, a Landed Redeemer, a Land Speeder, Dude, that looks like a sick list, mate. That looks like a sick list. Yeah, okay, don't say this because obviously you don't want to not be friends with your buddy. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect, but tell your mate to get a grip. If he can't handle the heat, get out the kitchen. This is 11th edition, okay? This is what our lists are all about now. We smash the fuck out of each other. We take the most broken combos. We overlap all the special rules. We absolutely just fucking decimate everybody, every opportunity, all the time. All right, this is just an 11th edition list. Yeah, this is just it. Is it a good list? Yeah, it's a really good list. It's a really good list. Tell him if he wants to play Vibes, he has to go back to playing 4th edition. I am going to actually. You're going to get Tiny Head Mordian for a bit because I'm going to lean back, if that's all right. Leaning forward was bothering my hernia slightly. Ugh, I know I've got a hernia in my belly button. It's only a small one, but there you go. Amazing, but good news. Like the microphone comes with me. I have some really interesting news on that front, actually. For those of you that want to be kept in the loop, hernia gate. Well, can I zoom in on this slightly? Oh, yes, I can. Excellent. That's perfect. That's perfect. For those of you that want to be kept up to date on hernia gate, I actually, amazingly, I thought I'd have to wait around for ages. I've got an appointment with a consultant in 2 weeks' time, which is lightning fast by NHS standards these days. So that's good, excellent. You know, good. I don't know if the second meeting will go, the second appointment will go anywhere, but yeah, at least we got it. So yeah, but no, going back to Crippy, your list is fine. It's a good list. Your list is a very strong, very well put together list, and that is 11th edition. Build strong list, and you know what? I don't even think your list is particularly bullshit either. Like, it feels quite Blood Angels-y. Land Raider Redeemer, I'm pretty certain that was a Blood Angels variant. I'm pretty certain the Blood Angels got the Redeemer before anybody else. Land Speeders are perfectly acceptable as a Blood Angels unit. They definitely use them. And then a series of incredible melee blobs. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, like, as far as I'm concerned, I actually think what you have is a powerful yet themed Blood Angels list. I wish I could do that with my guard army. Chaos! Thank you for the 15 months. X-Force, baby. Did I miss your battle port for Recon you went to? Do you mean like the after action report? So I haven't put an 11th edition after action report or battle report out yet. Simon and I should be filming our first one on Monday, so that should be really good. The thing is that I have actually got 2 after action reports that I want to do for my first 2 games of 11th. I'm going to probably record them next week, and they're going to be essentially like picture battle reports. They're not going to be video ones, they're going to be picture battle reports, but I'm going to call them after action reports rather than battle reports, because I think that's because people expect a certain thing from battle reports, right? So yeah, we're gonna do it that way. But yeah, hopefully we're gonna have some picture battle reports and a film battle report by the end of next week. There you go. What do we got next? McCollum, thank you for super chat. Your laptop in the stream discussion. Yes, I did see this come through. I thought it was very amusing. Yes, that's what it was like, but it's actually all right at the moment. I'm just going to give it a quick feel. Yep, no, it's actually positively cool. So, the old what do you call it? The old ice pack and a tea towel. Who needs an expensive fan tray? Not I. Not I. Streaming on a budget, baby. See, I have a proper streaming setup now. Obviously not right now, but upstairs. I have a proper streaming setup up there. But when I first started streaming, the funny thing is, the first stream that I did, when I was playing through Black Mesa, I can't remember exactly why I had to do it. Oh, I think so. I had my desktop PC, and it had like a Wi-Fi adapter. But no, I'm trying to think. I don't know why I had to do it this way, but the first stream I did, I had to do off a mobile hotspot. I can't remember why. Maybe my internet was out. Maybe the Wi-Fi signal wasn't strong enough for live stream, but I used to play video games, so that doesn't seem to make sense. For some reason that I can't remember, because it was 4 years ago, I had to stream off a mobile hotspot. But that's like the setup I've got today is probably better than my original setup 4 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Sofa stream better than chair stream? What you got? Okay, like what? I mean, in theory. I'm just saying. No, I don't think Mrs. Mordian would like it. I don't think I could do sofa stream as a. Well, I could do it as a. I don't think I could do it as a permanent thing. I think probably it's best to go as soon as it's cooled down a bit. It's probably best to go back to the chair and the upstairs studio and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah. Cass morning. I actually did ask if she wanted to come on stream tonight because she normally plays sort of video games in the evening, but I think everyone's taking a break from video games upstairs, so she was just sort of chilling out. That's why I've actually got her microphone for my headset. And I said, hey, if you're at a loose end, you're not got anyone to play games with tonight because it's a bit, everyone's taking stuff off because it's a bit warm. Come on stream, but she was like, nah. She said no, so that's fine. Yeah, and she has no interest in it whatsoever. I think she values her privacy in many ways, which I understand completely. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Alex Robinson, thank you for super chat. Morning, Mordian. I see you're in a Vanguard Tactics shirt and speaking through a potato. What have I missed? It's a heat wave. And now that guard is A tier, I have to dress like a professional Warhammer player, which I still think is what's the term, an oxymoron or whatever, maybe just a moron. But yeah, apparently, because we're A tier, we have to be professional now. There you go. Yeah, but no, on a serious note, it's because it's a heat wave, and this is the only sort of sports jersey that I have because it was bought for me as a gift from as a bit of a meme on the channel, and yeah, so it's quite airy. So it's quite breathable and quite airy. So the full ensemble, for those of you that want to know, I'm wearing this Vanguard Tactics t-shirt whilst wearing a pair of nylon Rhodesian bush camo short shorts because they were also a gift. They were, some would argue, an inappropriate gift. But this is what happens when one of your best friends is a Royal Marine. Those guys are on a different wavelength to the rest of us, and so this was my Rhodesian camo short shorts were a gift. Was my 30th birthday present from my mate Commando James, and at the time I was like, "This is a stupid present. I'm never going to wear these." Obviously, like they're absolutely horrific. But you know what? In a heat wave, these are my go-to heat wave pants now. I now understand why short shorts were invented. They're cooling, freeing, and extremely comfortable. That's it. Yeah. There you go. Alright, what do we got next? Spriggs, my boy! Spriggs! Thank you for the super chat, man. Congrats on getting blacklisted from GW. Thank you. Thank you. It is funny how the overwhelming response to that video is congratulations. And the overwhelming response is it's a badge of honor. Oh man. Hey, stop battering the carpet. Do you want to come say hello? Come on. Come on. The internet wants to see you. You gonna come up? No? Oh, you need a drink, but your fountain's not on. 1 second. Okay, let me turn that off for now. And put that on. There you go, you can have a drink now. There you are. You better have a drink now that I've unplugged my laptop. It's going to burn through its battery about 1 second. Hang on, no, hang on a second. Good girl. Yes, very good, miss. Actually, there's a spare plug. Or spare socket, even. There you go. There you are. Alright. There we go. There you are. Oh, short shorts, not just boxer shorts, but warmer. Well, no, because they have well, these ones, they have like a lining on the inside, so your dick doesn't just like pop out the bottom because they're extremely short. And now let me make something clear. I'm not a particularly well-endowed man. F in the chat for Mrs. Mordian, but even my dick Even my cock and balls want to pop out the bottom of these things. So it's a good job they've got like the lining. It's like it's not like netting. Like it's not like netting like swim shorts, but it's like the equivalent thereof. Yeah. There you are. All right, what do we got next? Dark Knight Current, thank you for the super chat. Leaks kill hype in the corpo way. Basically, folks are able to buy based off of information rather than raw speculation. That generally equals less sales, at least from my perspective. So I understand what you're saying there. I understand what you're saying, but if you release a good, here's the thing, Dark Knight Current. If a codex has got good internal balance, everything sells. Think about it. Leaks only kill hype, even if it's specific hype around certain units, if it's a bad product. If you release a well-balanced codex with good internal and external balance, it doesn't kill anything. And in many ways, that only is relevant to that is, you are correct in that way, but that's only because Games Workshop has made the game extremely competitive. So now very few people who buy models to play the game buy them to build vibe lists. Think about how much money Games Workshop's probably losing now, or not. Think about how much money Games Workshop is leaving on the table now that guard players aren't buying their infantry. Even if infantry aren't very good, if the game was vibes, people would still buy it, or had a vibe element to it. Atomic Tiffany, thank you for the 9 months. Questions and stream discussion. Alright. Let's have a look. I want to glory. Well done on doing the stream in this weather. Oh, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. I've posted every week for the past month about what the next epic release will be from Warlord. When will you email them and ask? Jim knows. Well, I could check my emails. I'll tell you what. He might have already emailed me about it. I'll have a look. Oh, that's cool. I haven't got anything, unfortunately. I haven't got anything, unfortunately, so no, I can't. I'd have to ask him. I'm disappointed that according to Warlord's post there, Warlord community, that there'll be no more Axis plastic this year. What gives? Well, they've had what for K47? I'm not sure the Axis is allowed to complain. You've had a lot of plastic. What gives is that, Warlord, they punch. Look, I'm not running defense for them. I give them credit where credit's due. And from as far as I'm concerned, I feel like Warlord punch well above their weight. I mean, you've got Style Trufen, Totencore, Vogel Spinners, Naxera. At least there's probably some more stuff coming out as well. Yeah. I don't think. I think Axis have had a pretty decent start on the plastic kits, but they'll probably get stuff early 2027, man. Yeah. Yeah. Stella said it was coming in June. Oh, the Epic thing. I've no idea what it is. My guess would be Agincourt. My guess would be Epic Agincourt. Yeah, yeah. Axis got the most parts so far. Let the others like K-47 Soviets and Japan get some. Yeah, exactly. It's all gonna come round. It's all gonna come round. Don't worry, Entropic Tyranny. It's all gonna come round. There's going to be more plastic Axis, and also don't forget. Think about this. Everything that gets released in plastic for bolt action is plastic for the Axis in K-47 as well. So you've got Panzer IIs, all the new weapon teams, the 2 new starter armies. You know, there's a lot of stuff in plastic. A lot of stuff in plastic. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So I think there's a decent amount. Yeah. But no, I know everyone. The thing is, everyone always wants their faction to have the most plastic. Everyone always wants their guys to have the most stuff. Of course, right? So, Atropity, do you know what? Think of it this way, okay? You're not wrong for asking for more plastic stuff. You're not. And you're not wrong for being excited for more plastic stuff. You're not. You're absolutely right on both fronts, right? So please, don't think I'm downplaying at all. You're absolutely right. But think about this. The fact is that you're enjoying Konflikt 47 so much that Warlord almost can't satisfy your burning desire for more stuff. And that is a good position to be in. Imagine being in the opposite position. Imagine sitting there with nothing. Nothing to be excited for. Nothing new. Like, nothing. You haven't had anything and you're not getting anything. And there are plenty of situations where that can occur in a war game. So, yeah, it's a thing. What I'm trying to say is it's a good problem to have. And also, I would say this. Just because there's no more plastics coming for the Axis, it doesn't mean there isn't more stuff coming for the Axis. There very well could be stuff coming in Warlord resin, or even traditional resin. So, yeah, who knows, right? Also, congrats on being the Jury Blacklist. I hope to be on there one day. Just leak something, man. Well, if you want to get on the blacklist, just try and befriend Valrak, and you'll get on the blacklist pretty quickly. All right, what have we got next? It's a me, Marco. Thank you for the double support. Thank you for double support, mate. A moment of silence for the chair. 07, Tim offed it. I've not offed the chair. The chair is alive and well. The chair is taking some much needed R&R. The chair is having a great time chilling upstairs. Well, it's not chilling. It's having a great time sunbathing upstairs. Margo, thank you for support, man. Also, honk the horn for lower decks, please. I'm not honking the bloody horn. You bloody horn honkers. You're obsessed. You're obsessed with honking. Oh my god. I honk my horn in the comfort of my own home, away from prying eyes. I don't do it on camera. What do you think this is? Twitch? Alright.
You heard me. I said cream.
Let's have a look. Mr. Lackey, thank you for the super chat, man. What is this budget studio? It's a heatwave. That's why. I just had a game with the double super heavy and Bulgrin combo and lost by a few points versus Chaos Knights. Great game though. Yeah, I can imagine it. I can imagine Chaos Knights would be a bad matchup for it. Well, I guess it depends what super heavies you take. Also, like Bulgrin can do damage to Chaos Knights in combat because obviously they've got AP1, damage 2, and the strength 7 means that they can actually wound them on 5, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I think you probably want what do you call it, like a double Bane sword. if you are, pardon me, if you're anticipating taking knights on with the Ogren list, or the Borgren list, you'd probably need double bane sword to make it work. Yeah, yeah. I was busy Action Monkeys and was out OC'd. You see, that's because you were playing the game wrong. Sorry, professional streamer. Professional Warhammer player, I should say. See, you don't try and the way you beat them is just to kill them. The aim of that list, you put it in Purge the Foe, and the aim of you shouldn't be caring at all about holding objectives. The aim of that list should be, I'm going to table you. One way or another. Either I get tabled in 2 turns or I'm tabling you in 2 turns. 2 active turns, so by turn 3. Yeah. I used the Bane Sword and the Stormlord. I mean, that's a good... Yeah, the Stormlord's a good one, but obviously it's going to struggle a little bit into Knights. A little bit. I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of damage to your weapons. Might grind them down a bit. It might grind them down a bit. Yeah, but I think you probably do just want to aim on just smashing the piss out of people. Yeah. Probably. But I mean, I won my game with it because I flattened my opponent in 2 turns. And so there was that was it. So I just scored all my victory points at the end. I didn't do any secondaries for the first 2 turns of the game. That involved doing any active secondaries. I didn't do any of them. I literally just did them all at the end. Yeah. So maybe that's something to bear in mind. Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Nothing to share today. Have a nice stream. Chris K, thank you for super chat and thank you for the gift of membership. Hey, amazing, man. Thank you for your support and thank you for the kind words. You have a good day as well, mate. All right. What have we got here next? We've got Polish Wolf coming in with the super chat. Let's do discussion. Please take a look at it. All right, let's have a look. Space Wolves. Okay, so I don't know Space Wolves that well. My only thing I know about Space Wolves is you should take the good Terminators. That's it. But let's have a look. Bjorn the Fell-Handed. You're in Champions of Femis. I don't know if that's a good detachment or not. Maybe it is for taking hold. I'm looking through the list now. So you've got Bjorn, Lieutenant Combat Weapon, Local Grimnar, Wolfguard Battle Leader, Wolf Priest, Grey Hunters, Brutalis Dreadnought, Gladiator Lancer, Impulsor, Incursor, Infiltrator, Vindicator, Wolfguard Head Takers, Wolfguard Terminators. Lone goes in the Termies, Wolfguard Battle Leader joins, Grey Hunters, and Wolf Priests with the Head Takers and Transport. It's not made of something amazing, it's not even that wolfy, but it's mine, it's still where I want it to be. There will be no Wolf Jail, there will be no Terminator Spawn, there will be no meta. We shall crush or fail because I have negative luck with them. Semi-unoptimized list containing vehicles and overpriced shit. The Fang shall make them bleed for more Kai. It's shit, one of the words. I just don't have any other proper choices. Fair enough. Well, I don't think you're too far off. You've got the one big brick of Terminators. So my understanding, dude, and I don't know. Obviously, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to do the classic professional Warhammer player, the professional Warhammer coach thing of telling you to go and just buy this unit to win, right? Obviously, but my understanding is that you take a unit of the 10 Wolfguard Termies, and then you take a unit of the 10 regular Assault Terminators, and that's kind of the foundation for your competitive Space Wolf list. So feels like you're most of the way there. So it might be worth it might be worth doing a little bit of research, watching a few YouTube videos, you know, Space Wolf Tactics videos if you can find them, or asking on the relevant forums and stuff to try and get the information. You know, maybe there's like a Space Wolf Reddit or something that might be able to help. They tend to be, the more specialist Reddits do tend to be quite good. And I just wonder if, you know, if you could, you know, just confirm that's a good foundation, and if it is, you're kind of off to the races. So, yeah. But I think honestly, even just having the one 10-man brick of Wolfguard Termi seems to be considered very, very good. So you've got, it's not all shite there. It's not all shite at all. It might even be quite good. I don't know. It doesn't seem totally tragic as a list. So yeah. All right, what do we got next? Alex Robinson, thank you for super chat. Okay, Mr. Professional Streamer. I'm not a professional streamer. I'm a professional Warhammer player. Okay. Clearly not a professional streamer. Look at the setup. I'm gonna try out the Beyblades and Sounds tomorrow, Oz time. Any general tips I should be doing? Like, should I just send all my sounds to Deep Strike or something like that? So I don't know, because I've not run Space Marines and Scions yet. Not Space Marines. Super Heavies and Scions. I was playing around with a Scion list today that actually had no Super Heavies in it. Yeah. I took the list was 3 Scion command squads, 4 10-man Scion squads, 2 5-man Scion squads, 5 Taurox primes, 3 Hellhounds and Courtiers. And the idea is that you've got 5 squads that are, and then with Mecha Assault and Bridgehead Strike. So that was the idea I had is that, and I think I had like that was a rough list, a very rough list, and I actually might even drop one of the Hellhounds out of it because there are some things like I want like to make sure I've got enough orders for everybody. But the idea behind that list was to have waves of Scions staged up. And so what you do is you send out maybe you drop a blob of Scions down and rip a Taurox prime forwards, and that's like one wave, and that delivers a hammer blow to the enemy, and then everybody dies. And then next turn you take 2 or 3 Taurox primes and do the same thing again, and then everybody dies. And then turn 3, you've still got 2 Taurox primes, and that rips forward. And then if they're still if the enemy's still alive at that point, then like you've lost the game. And yeah, the idea is basically it's a 1-2 strike, an alpha and a beta strike, or beta, alpha beta strike, and you just deliver these 2 hammer blows, and either you've won by turn 2 or 3, or you've lost by turn 2 or 3. Very, very Scions. Like you either go in, smash the entire area, get anything more than 2 legs, or you lose. Yeah. So that's kind of how I've been playing it. But I've no idea. I don't know how Scions and Super Heavies would work. Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe it would be fine. Maybe it would be okay. I've only tried Bulgrins and Super Heavies. So yeah. Yeah, man, something, not gonna lie, but with Baneblades. Well, maybe it would be alright then. I just feel like the Baneblades aren't going to have the support they need. Because it's not going to have any orders, are they? Depends what detachments you're in. I suppose if you're taking Baneblades, you could go Steel Hammer. You could go Steel Hammer and Bridgehead Strike, I guess. But then I feel like you're missing out on a big part of it. Which I feel like you need the +1 to wound from Mech Assault to make sounds work. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I feel. But yeah, that's just like my hot take on the whole thing. But I hope that helps, man. So yeah, if you're taking Baneblades, I think you need Steel Hammer. Yeah. Let's have a look here. I want to check something. Someone posted something in the Discord. I'm kind of interested about it. Might be some beef, but let's have a look. Oh no, it's nothing major. Um, no, it's nothing I care about. No beef. Stand down, beef troopers. Stand down. There we go. Stand down. Compare G3A3 riveted content. Fuck you. Do you want some riveted content? How about I get my... I'm not going to do that. You know, what's that scene in Better Call Saul? We could make it no content. There you go. All right. Well, we are all caught up on all of the super chats and stuff. So I want to say a huge thank you to all of you beautiful bastards who've got the stream popping off and start off right. My God. Just as I said before, caught up. Bloody Florida Eccentric comes in here. I'll get to the moment. But yeah, we're mostly all caught up and everything, and we're not ending the stream. Don't worry, still got a little bit of time to go. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone for getting it started off right and everything, and for all of your support and all that amazing stuff. Awesome. I am feeling, and I'll take the headset off. Don't worry, but I am feeling slightly peckish. I had a chippy tea. I had a chippy tea for dinner, but I don't know. It feels. I feel like I could do with. I haven't had dessert. He's already ending the stream. I mean, I could do. I don't want to, but if that's the way you guys feel about the entire thing. Do you know what is acceptable during a Macca's run? Honking of horns. Definitely not. I think if you start honking your horn after dark in the UK, the police tell you off for disturbing the peace. Oh, you're being very loud. To be fair, it is annoying if someone's going around blasting the horn and being a dickhead. Yeah. So there you go. A salad. I've been eating a lot of salad recently. You might not be able to tell. I've gained a slight obsession with rocket, which I think is called a gula or argula or something over in America. If you Google rocket salad, it'll tell you. But yeah, been eating bags of that recently. Yeah, I've been loving it. I was on the Caesar salad and the iceberg lettuce for a while, but it's just one too many bloody lettuces. First world problems. First world problems, I'm telling you right now. Yeah, there you go. You got a license for that horn? I mean, I don't. But I could get a cornetto. Someone did. Fretcook Survive said cornetto. It's not a bad shout. You know what? That might be it. I do have cornettos. Right, you know what? We're having a little snack break. I mean, I'm going to bring it back here. Can you guys still hear me? If I do this? Wait, 1 minute. Wait, that's a bad idea. Can you guys still hear me half acceptably like this? Just because it means I don't have to have the headset on and I can still talk whilst eating my cornetto, but you guys don't get cornetto mouth sounds. Or is it too far away? Not really? Okay, fine. I'll be back in a second. Hello. Kissed you.
it's like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet.
Oh yeah.
Paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
You want riveting content? I'll give you riveting content. Oh my god. There we go. No, we're going to eat this ice cream in a totally non-sexual manner, which I know many of you are going to say, well, why are we even doing it then? But there we are. All right. All right. So let's have a look here. Shout out to Florida Eccentric. Thank you for super chat. Farewell to a friend in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Saying farewell to our friend Alejandro, right side. He's moving to Puerto Rico. I'm in the middle, and our buddy Dave is on the left. We played a 3-person K-47 game, and Alejandro won fielding 15 assists. Yes! We went up to 1,600 points, so he could do it. Dave is in the US officer's uniform, left side. I'm in the middle in the British uniform, and Alejandro is on the right in the Soviet uniform. I did use AI to give us period accurate uniforms. Oh, I thought you might actually have, or you might actually have those uniforms. Man, AI is scary, isn't it? Dude. Hey, well, I just want to say, like, obviously, farewell to Alejandro, but hopefully your K47 gaming group will continue on, and hopefully he will make lots of friends and play lots of games in his new life and all that kind of good stuff. There we are. I know it's a bit quiet, but that's not a cornetto. It's a fancy cornetto. Wow, that's so weird. So, some of you might think I eat ice cream in a bit of a strange manner, like that, right? It's because for a very long time I had very, very sensitive, for all my life, I've had very, very sensitive teeth. Oh, very little sensitive teeth. I know. I had very sensitive teeth. But I recently had some, after putting up with it for years, I had some pretty serious dental work done on some of the worst offenders. And now I can eat ice cream relatively normally. But, like, I can put it on my teeth, for example. But I'm still getting used to it. So I still imagine eating ice cream a certain way your entire life. It takes a little while to get over it. Yeah. So I still sort of like lip it. There you go. Yeah, I kind of use my lips rather than my teeth in ice cream. I just, but I was finding I was doing it with all sorts of food, and for the last few months I've actually been able to eat food normally. It's like, let me tell you, eating food is really it's pretty good. It might catch on. Yeah. I always used to struggle with ice cream. Not struggle, but I had to eat it in a bit of a special way. But I still eat it in a special way, but now it's out of habit than anything else. There we are. Yeah, it's a caramel cornetto. I'm surprised you, the Americans haven't got them. I'm sure you do. ICO Eclipse, thank you for super chat, man. Do you know where to find the rules for the bot action Flak Panzer 5 Colium, or is the March 2022 FAQ the only source? Didn't see it in the Warlord app. I'm not sure. I'm not even certain what it is, to be honest, man. I'll have a look.
I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one
Why is
quits.
Google being so shit today?
You don't do your job,
I don't notice how like Google just isn't showing you like images and stuff. Oh, and you know, it's the second time it's done it on a different device. Oh, so it's a Panther with a double AA gun. Okay. I'm not sure they even still sell it anymore. Oh wow, they do. Holy shit. It's amazing what Warlord sells. Look at this thing, boys. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay. So rules for it. I've no idea. Let's have a look. I don't think it's got rules. Because the FAQ that you're referring to is for Bolt Action version 2, and we're in Bolt Action version 3.
You heard me? I said creep.
So I don't think it's got rules. Yeah, mine boy can't find it. How many did they make? Yeah, I don't think they ever made it. Okay, so they only ever made a wooden mock-up of it in real life. Yeah, they never made a. It never actually. They never actually made it. So maybe that's why it didn't make it to version 3. There we go. I'm back now. Are you alright, cat? You just rearranging? Yes. Alright, go back to sleep. Sorry, I'm still making some growth mouth noises. Okay, so we've got next is Baldrick. Baldrick, thank you for super chat. Building a linebacker. Nice change for the pieces you need to be by each other instead of hunting for the sprues. Warlord leading the way. Dude, this is one of the biggest things I love about Warlord. I go on and on about it like some absolute mentalist. But the Warlord games, sprue ergonomics, they're so good. It absolutely blew my mind when I built my first linebacker, and I literally just went through the sprue from like top to bottom, and then there's like this, like I just completed sprue 1, and I was like, oh, I've just done it. Put it to one side, and then I got to like sprue 2, and I completed the first half of sprue 2, and then it stopped, and then I didn't complete the second half because that's where all the weapon options were. But then I went basically put half of sprue 2 to one side, and then just started sprue 3 and just worked through sprue 3. It was crazy. It was like actually like working through the sprue from top to bottom. It was, yeah, it blew my mind, and they've kept that up for the other releases they've done. So you know, for all the totem core, each totem core is basically next to the arms that they recommend it comes with, but you can mix and match them how you want. But you know, they've got like some pre-set up ones for you, which is awesome, or some pre-advised ones, as it were. But you can literally put them however you want. I've done loads of magic with my totem core. But you know, same for the Vogel spinner, same for the Nax era, in many ways. The Nax era is similar to the linebacker though, because you can build it as the flame variant as well. And yeah, and for the Ursus, now the Ursus was slightly different. The Ursus were kind of like, they were on the sprues in like L's. So there was like one that was like along the top here, then down here, and there's one that was along here and then across here, and there was one that was like along here and then up here kind of thing. But the parts were all still localized on the sprue. Like after I built my first sprue of Ursus, I didn't need to refer to the instructions. In fact, I built it without the instructions. And after the first one, I wouldn't have needed instructions anyway. Yeah, so really, I cannot praise Warlord sprue ergonomics enough. Yeah. It just makes the entire building process so much more enjoyable. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, bro. Choice use of AI in Discord. Let's have a look here. I intended to post this next to the one from earlier. Alright, what's the one? Let's have a look. Okay, so this is this one. Hey, I like a good cornetto. What can I say? I like a good cornetto. Alright. And then what was the one from earlier? Let's have a look. Oh, don't tell Mrs. Mordian. Oh dear. Look, love. It's AI. I swear, it's AI. I swear. AI and my dreams. Whee! There you are. Alright. Fucking hell. That's what we got here. Gewehr GA3. It's better than GW, where a squad of Death Riders is 3 sprues. Need a horse left half. Part number 72 on sprue 1. And the other half on part number 74 on sprue 4, and the horse's tail, a damn commissar sprue. Yeah, I gave up building my Death Riders. I will probably never field the Dreer Dev Rider bomb just because I refuse to build GW Cavalry. If I was to do it, I'd probably have to do it on like 3D printing or some sort of proxy situation. Yeah, something like that. Just I can't build them. I don't care how detailed they look at the end. I did that on stream, and everyone will tell you my crash out was monumental. I was like, what the fuck is this design? What the fuck is this? Yeah. Yeah. I'll vouch you, bro. Thank you, Chris K. Thank you. What have we got? We've got it's-a me, Marco. Marco, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Ah. Marco, you absolute giga chad. You absolute fucking legend, mate. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts and for going above and beyond the call of duty. Yes. Amazing. I also want to say a huge thank you to James Homer. Thank you for Super Chat. How am I doing? Have a look at my list in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Aha, here we go. I love this picture here. New Yarrick, Imperial Guard Community. DW. Boy, did I catch you being nostalgic? Pre-release patch. Fuck's sake. Alright. Hi, Mordian. I need help with my Blood Angels list. Why is everyone sending me Space Marine lists today? I don't know Space Marines very well. Like, at all. I'm gonna give you bad advice, like, and it's not gonna be out on purpose. It's just gonna be because I don't know. All right. Let's have a look here. I love the Predator tank, Rhino chassis in general. Yes. In fact, the only reason I'm going Blood Angels is for the Bile variant. The Lander is my second favorite unit in the game, but willing to replace it if it doesn't fit. Everything else is exchangeable. Okay, so Firestorm Assault Force, close range eradication. That's the one where you get +1 strength and like half range, isn't it? Interesting. So you got Captain and Termi armor, triple Bile Predator with Flamestorm cannons, heavy flamers. Okay. You've got 2 of them, you don't have the 3rd one. Alright. Well, I wouldn't buy anything until the first 3 balance patches are done, mate. I wouldn't buy anything for the first 3 months. I would build and paint everything that you've got before you buy anything else. That would be my advice. And I know that you've got, like, was it down here? I know you've still got to paint these bad boys, right? So honestly, I'm not being a dickhead. Honestly, my advice would be before you consider buying the 3rd one, get these 2 painted. You know, and get if there's anything else here which you've got but not painted, get it painted first. Yeah. You've got a 3 Centurion Devastator squads. Okay, now those I'm not sure you want to go for. I heard they're going to Legends. I don't know. But the great rumour monger himself, Chapter Master Scamrack, said that he heard they were going to Legends. So, Land Raider Crusader. I mean, I love Land Raider Crusaders. Yeah, absolutely no issues with that. Land Raider Redeemer, very, very good choice. The Redeemer is actually probably the best Land Raider right now. You've already got both of those, so get those built and painted as well. And then You've got the Predator Annihilator, excellent. So it's just basically, Predators and Terminators. So, okay. I'm going to so it's a skew list. All right, let me just zoom in here a second. I can't see the chat very well. I might try and actually 1 minute. Let me just try and sort this out. Is that okay? 1 minute. I'm just playing around, but don't worry, I've not lost sight of what I'm doing. So I can answer this super chat a bit better and other ones as well. Yeah, that's probably best overall. There we go. Okay. It's a bit meh, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll play around with it. Okay, so what were you saying here? You said that you had like money to burn or something, but I've got money to spend. Okay, here's the great thing about money. I mean, this is not entirely true because I was there for the 2008 financial crash. But the thing about money, mate, is it doesn't go off. It's not milk. So whether you spend it now or you spend it in 3 months is not going to make a difference. It's not. What will make the difference if you spend it now, and then GW confirmed that the balance patch is coming out 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks from now, a balance patch could come out that makes the list that you're trying to build not only maybe not very good, but it might actually make it unusable. What if the points go up and let's say you buy everything, okay, hypothetically, let's say you buy everything, and the points go up on Predators, and now you end up not being able to include 1 or 2 of them in your list. You just bet if you'd waited a month or two, you would have known that. Now you've got a couple of models that you're like, well, fucking hell, what do I do with these? Right? So my advice is wait until, at the very least, wait 2 weeks, man. I mean, I bet that all the stuff that I bet in 2 weeks' time, you won't have painted everything you've already got for this list. I don't know how quick a painter you are. I don't know how much of it you already have, which is painted or not. But yeah, I bet probably in 2 weeks' time, when the balance patch comes out, you'll still have stuff from what you've already got right now that you've sent me that isn't painted. So I'm not saying don't buy the stuff. And the slowest painted match, I've never finished an army. Well, then literally, what's the rush? What's the rush, man? Maybe this is where you turn that around. Do you basically buy an army, not really paint it, and then by the time you've finished it, move on to the next one? Yeah. Get help. Yeah. Stop. Get help. Maybe this is the time when you paint some stuff. My favorite part of the hobby is building. My least is painting. I'm not going to tell you what you do and don't enjoy. Okay? Obviously, you know you better than I know you. But if I may if I may say so, good sir, kind sir, you would be amazed at the amount of people I've heard say that, and what they really mean is, I just don't want to paint. I just can't be. It sounds going to be something mean. I can't be bothered painting. Or they're intimidated by it, like they're worried that they don't want to paint because they're going to fuck it up, right? So the thing is, and again, look, I've always been straight with you. I'm always straight with I'm straight with you. I'm straight with everyone in this. So don't think I'm being mean or being a dickhead or anything like that. But you owe it not just to yourself, but to your opponent to turn up with a painted army. Like, you might not be that bothered about, even if you're not that bothered about playing against grey plastic, playing with grey plastic, I guarantee your opponent would probably prefer if he was playing against a painted army. And you might think, fuck that guy, I don't know how I meant it. No, you don't, but like, it's a social hobby at the end of the day. You're not, So and you might think, fuck you, Mordian, you don't know me, you're not my supervisor, blah 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 blah, get fucked. Or like, maybe you're right, probably are right, okay, but you probably should paint your army. Yeah. I've never played with grey plastic, bare minimum spray and base colour over it. I mean, that's all you really need to do to paint. Primed is always better. Primed is always better. So I will give you props for priming. Yeah. You don't even need an airbrush or anything. I mean, you can if you want to, but if you hate painting, basic paint is the best prime and 2 colors. Yeah, that's what I do all the time. Yeah. Prime and recline, baby. Prime and recline. Yeah. But anyway, the whole paint, let's be honest here, James Homer, the whole painting thing is a sideshow to the main discussion of this. It's not what your super chat was about. So I've given you a hard time over the painting, but let's not go on and on about it. Let us get back to the topic at hand. Okay. So whether you decide to paint it or not, by the way, and like I said, you know yourself better. And if you really, really, really fucking don't like painting or can't be bothered doing it, then that's fine. But, my advice would be, regardless of whether you decide to paint them or not, my advice is still wait. I was only coming up with the painting thing to give you something to do whilst you are waiting for the balance patch to come out. If you don't really like the painting bit, fine. I'm not going to shame you into painting. I'm not Caesar. You're not my legion. I'm not going to make you follow me to Rome. Okay, right? That's not the way it works. All right? You are the master of your own domain. But whatever you decide to do, kill time for 2 weeks, or build everything you've got. Kill time for 2 weeks, and I'd still, like play a video game. You know what? Start a Total War campaign. Which Total War? It really doesn't matter. Total War will suck. A Total War campaign, a grand campaign, will suck up your life for 2 weeks. Fuck it. Play Factorio. You'll lose a month. The first 2 balance patches will go by, and you won't have realised it. Okay, right? You know what I mean? Like, but be sensible. And I'm not saying I've lost too many months to Factorio. Exactly, right? But the thing is, I'm not even telling you to do that because of a financial situation. I don't know. Like you said, you got money to burn. Maybe maybe financially it's not really a big deal. For me, I'm not even really saying like wait a month or two for financial reasons. Okay, I respect everyone's situation is different, and I don't really pry into it. But the point is that you don't want to waste your effort. You don't want to waste your effort, and there's always a chance that, like, if you buy something and it ends up getting nerfed into the ground, then if you then don't like it and want to try and sell it on, there's a chance you might struggle to shift it. You might end up being left with the bag. You're left with this model you don't really want anymore, right? So it's much more about saving your effort and saving your feelings. I know it sounds like, oh, feelings gay, but no, like, no, being serious for a moment. It's much more about saving your feelings, because you don't want to, like, have a model which you were really looking forward to, you built it, and then it gets nerfed to the ground, and you're just like, oh, I don't want to play with you anymore. Right? Right? So it's more about saving your effort. Or go to Legends. Exactly. Could go to Legends. I mean, I wouldn't... Controversial opinion. I wouldn't buy anything for Space Marines until the Codex drops. We don't know when that's going to be. I wouldn't buy anything. Who knows how much firstborn shit's going to get sent down the river? I don't remember a time when Predators have ever been good. I did used to have all the Predators, but I think I lost them over time. Just fucking losing models, you mad bastard. But yeah, like, you could buy this army and all the Predators get sent to Legends, man. Yeah, so unless, James Homer, that's not really a consideration for you, because you've got access to Midhammer. If you're playing Midhammer, if you are playing any Midhammer, and I know there's a few people in chat that do, then you can buy with a lot more confidence. Because even if it gets diddled in 11th, you'll have it for 4th or 5th or whatever you Midhammer people play. I tend to go for 4th, but yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So, if in doubt, that's the thing. But honestly, bro, and here's the other thing, James Homer. If you are desperate to spend your money, and you're like, I don't want to be sensible, you sign the waiver, and you're like, Mordian, I didn't ask you how I wasn't going to spend my money, I asked you how I was going to spend it. Then I would say, if you're desperate to spend the money, that you should buy in small batches rather than all at once. So, you've got two of the Flamestorm Predators. Maybe next you buy your two Predator Destructors and see how that goes. And then you buy, the next couple of Predators and see how, do you see what I mean? Like, buy it, maybe a bit at a time, just to try and space it out a little bit in case the balance patch does drop or something. Yeah. And yeah. So that's the thing. So that's all my advice. That's all my advice. At the end of the day, though, I will say this, James Homer. It's only advice. It's not orders. And we all only live once. And there's no respawn. So if it would make you happy and you've got the money, do whatever you want to do. And I mean that. I mean that. So, at the end of the day, it's meant to be fun. If you're not having fun, what's the point? So I've given you my advice, but it's only advice. Do whatever makes you happy. It's your hobby, mate, and I mean that. All right. I've not sugarcoated it, but I've not been a dick about it. I like to think, anyway. Not too much, anyway. All right, James Homer, in some roundabout mad way, I hope that helps. All right. You see, I'm not a very good content creator. You see, what I should be doing is saying to James, you should definitely buy all that stuff and don't forget to use my affiliate link. But I'm not very good at this. I tell people, I'm like, don't buy, be sensible. Yeah. There we go. Okay. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. RTT tomorrow for Glory. Intro discussion, list review, please, too. Alright, Cosmic, let's have a look. The Steel Smashers. Tomorrow I join the forlorn hope of the fight that is 11th edition Guard. The last minute edition of Paint Till the Day is, of course, happening. I have ready the list. Abhuman Auxiliaries and Steel Hammer. Bane Sword with Battalion Commander. Russ Commander, Tech Priest, Commissar. 2 squads of Bulgrin, Trouble Hellhound, Exterminator. Yep. You know what?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
I think I think they've come out really cool. What the fuck? Is that guy using like part of a vehicle as a shield? I love it. I love it, man. That's mental. Yeah. See, I told you you'd get the Bulgrin done. I told you would. The absolutely jerry-rigged Chimera. Love that. And then what's this? George Washington. Yeah. Wait, did you get 3 Washingtons? Why did you get 3 Washingtons? Oh, wait. Are you going to build one with the hat, one without the hat, and one as a tank commander or something? Nice. Washington. 6'20", killing for fun. I love it. All right. Why not 3? That's true. Why not? He'll save the children. Sorry, gotta have this on. Why not? Why not 3? Why not indeed? He'll save the children, but not the British children. There you go. Oh. It's as if the guard was sent to that commander or went native. That's it, baby. Gotta have the scavenger guard. There you go. All right, what have we got? Yeah. So, got a super chat coming in here from, I think it's Skeletal Commissar. Yes. Oh, 1 minute. Cosmic, good luck for the tournament tomorrow. Let us know how it goes on Monday. All right. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for the super chat. 8th edition list for my brother and I. She's got 8th edition. My God. My brother and I are going to get in a game of 8th edition tomorrow as my World Eater friend had to cancel our 5th edition game due to hostiliation. I cannot tell you how phenomenally jealous I am of you right now. Like, Skeletal Commissar is just out here just living his best life. Just living it. Guys, just imagine. Imagine if you could just play like 8th and 5th all the time. Imagine you had that option. Was 8th really the best? It was. I'll tell you why 8th was the best. Because it was the best edition of Newhammer. 8th was the best because it was before the dreaded policy and the Great Purge. It was before the addition of loss. It's when we still had hardened veterans. It's when we still had conscripts. Now getting Overwatch every 2 seconds sucked. Get good. 8 still had proper points on Unit Wargate? Yeah, exactly. No, you did get Overwatch every 2 seconds. Fuck off, right. So how 8th edition worked is everyone could Overwatch as a charge reaction. So if an enemy unit charged you, your unit could Overwatch. But I don't think every unit could do it. Or maybe they could. I know Mordians could do it on 5s, which was cool. Yeah. I used to have a tactic called the Melter Hedge, where you take platoons of guardsmen and you could have melter gun and a las cannon in each squad, and you could have and you set like lines of these up, and when the enemy charged you, you could Overwatch with all the Mordians hitting on 5s, and you could really like blunt an enemy charge if you got a couple of lucky melter hits in. Great times. Great heady times. The melter hedge was dope, very effective. Yeah, exactly. 8th is a better time. Yeah. I probably should have Tau PTC. Oh yeah, Tau had the best Overwatch. Species, dreaded policy, great loss, conscripts. I know the words, but no idea what's going on or has gone on. Ugh. You've no idea, man. You've no idea. You've no idea. It's anyway. I mean, we're getting distracted, Scale. So I'll get to your list in a moment. I kind of want to do I said I wasn't going to do any stream highlights out of this, but I kind of want to stream highlight this one. Maybe it's not worth it. I literally haven't got models yet. I'm still trying to pick. I don't think I can do it to you, man.
You heard me? I said cream.
I can't, guys. I can't do it. No, not to someone who's just getting into the game. Like, no, I can't. We must show positivity to the new blood. They must become jaded on their own. Wow, what's going on? You can't do what? Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yeah. In order to pass what we know, we got to give them good with the bad MG. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. We cannot take his innocence from him, chat. We cannot. We cannot. Yeah. He's just a boy. He's just a boy. He's just a sweet summer child. Basically, species. I won't make a big deal out of it, but there are many of us who believe that older editions of Warhammer 40k were greatly superior to the current edition. And it's not that you can't have fun with the current edition, and it's not that you can't, play it and have games and have a whale of a time. And if it's the only version of the game you've ever played, then you'll love it. You will, because 40k is, it's still great, right? But there are those of us who've been in this game far too long, who remember the older editions, and who remember them very fondly. That's what it is. Okay, that's all it is. But we don't need to bring our baggage into your life. That's not fair. That's not fair. All right. Everyone has. What the fuck was that? Everyone has their favorite edition. What did you knock off the table? Ah, there we go. Who's a good girl? Are you okay? Yeah, you're a cute little cutie patootie. Little cutie. Yeah. Good cat. There you go. Okay. Was it bothering you? Alright. There we go. Cool. I'm nearly 50, by the way. What do you mean baggage, lol? Feels like there's more you could tell me. I mean, there's more. I could tell you more. You're still a sweet summer child if you've not played 40k for. So there's two ages you have. There's your real life age and there's your 40k age. And your 40k age is how long you've been playing the game for. So basically, back in the day, Games Workshop used to make the game. They were, I'm massively broadly oversimplifying. Okay, so just to keep it quick, but back in the day, Games Workshop the game was made by wargamers for wargamers, and now it's definitely a lot more corporate, shall we say? And also there was a different vibe to the game, where it felt like, yes, there was always a competitive element to the game, but you could take quite thematic forces and still have some good times. You wouldn't win every game, but you could win a game. You could win as many as you lost, kind of thing. And over the rules were a lot more. The rules were more focused on trying to simulate something happening on the battlefield rather than just servicing game mechanics. So, for example, vehicles used to have different armor to everybody else, and there were a lot of weapons that just couldn't hurt vehicles. So if you took like a basic rifle and shot it against a tank, it couldn't hurt it, because obviously if you shot a tank with a rifle, it can't hurt it. In modern Warhammer, that rifle can hurt that tank. You can literally like las rifle a tank. You can las rifle like a Titan to death, in theory. Not even in theory. Like it's not even like that hard to do in many ways. Because now the game mechanics are more about they're more game mechanics rather than war game sort of simulation kind of things. Like vehicles used to have, again, using vehicles as an example, if you shot a vehicle in the side, its armor was weaker than on the front and stuff like that, right? So this meant that there was an advantage to trying to get round the side or on the rear armor of a vehicle, which typically was the weakest, unless there was like some particularly really tough vehicles which had good armor all around, kind of thing. So that's how the rules, the way the sort of the rules were designed, used to work, and now it's much more competitively focused. It's all about not necessarily building a thematic list. It's much more about building a winning combo. It's not about, the missions aren't secure this abandoned research base or take that high ground. The missions are now you draw cards, and the card will say like, hey, get your unit into the enemy's table half, and if you do, you'll get 3 points, and you add your points up, and at the end of the game, whoever's got the most points wins, kind of things. So it's much more of a game now, whereas before it used to be, I'd say, the research base. It's always the abandoned research base. I'm glad you picked up on it, Wolf 58. Always, right? So it's much more of a game now, whereas before it was much more of a war game. Yeah, and so there are some of it, and so that sort of explains how the core rules have kind of changed. Some people really like the way it plays now, personal preference, but it's definitely it's definitely a different feel. And the other thing that I mentioned was the dreaded policy, which is a term that I've sort of coined on this channel. I do occasionally see it out in the wild, but mostly it's people on this channel know it, which is Games Workshop has... So previously Games Workshop would, they would make units like the rules for units, but they wouldn't necessarily make models for them. So they made models for nearly they made models for nearly everything they had rules for, but there were certain units which they didn't make models for, and the idea is that you were meant to like kit bash and sort of make these yourselves in many ways. So a really good example of this is the Imperial Guard used to have a unit that was called Hardened Veterans, and you were only allowed to take one of these units in your army. And the idea is that this was a hardened core of veterans at your, that was at the heart of your force, and it was a single squad of like 10 guys, and they had access to a lot more war gear than an average squad would have, because the idea is that they've scavenged it, or they've looted it, or they've acquired it without the quartermaster knowing, all this kind of stuff. Or maybe it's a series of survivors from different squads which have come together, and they've all brought the best weapon from their squad, kind of thing. The point is, they were the hardened veterans, and GW didn't make models for hardened veterans. They actually had a designer's note in the codex, and the designer's note said, we are not going to make models for these are here, and we look for you to kit bash, and we look forward to seeing what you come up with. And there was quite a lot of units that that's just one example, but this sort of philosophy of sometimes they would make rules, but they wouldn't make the unit because it was kind of a kit bashing opportunity. That's all gone away now, and so Games Workshop now is much more rigid, and they say if we don't make rules for it, we don't make models for it, and furthermore, if we take the models away, we're going to take the rules away for it. So this creates what in 10th edition this really ramped up.
Infantry, sir.
And in 10th edition it's called the Edition of Loss, because essentially hundreds of units were removed from the game. I mean, hundreds is conservative. I think it was probably over 1,000 across every faction and everything. From everything that I mean, so much went away. Like Games Workshop, a good example of this is like Games Workshop was selling models in like resin, and they mostly in plastic, but they sold it in resin. And some models were made out of metal, some models made out of resin. And they had this policy of, if it's not made in plastic, we're not going to keep supporting it. So they just took all those models away, and so everyone lost all the rules for those. And so that's why now armies tend to be very much how you see them in a catalogue, rather than things that have been kit bashed and created and all that kind of stuff. It's again a bit more like in a video game. You know, in a video game, you buy, you know, if it's like Command and Conquer, you buy the rifle. Command is an old example. In StarCraft, you buy the Marine. The Marine always looks the same. It's a bit more like that now. Yeah. So yeah, it's again, some people prefer it this way because they think that it streamlines the game. But personally, I would always rather have more creative freedom. I'm talking just as a wargamer. I'm not talking as a content creator. I'm talking as a wargamer. I'd always prefer to have more creative freedom. I have very little interest in buying a unit and just building it how I see it on the box. I will take that unit and I will kit bash it and I will convert it and I will do little head swap stuff. Like every single model in my army is converted pretty much. Even my tanks, all my Lehman Russes, I've converted them so they have spaced armor on the sides. All my infantry, I've swapped the heads. So they've all got like parade ground heads on. Done that with all my artillery as well. A lot of my vehicles are like I've put a lot of my like transports and stuff I've personalized, so each transport looks a little bit different. Yeah, so that's just the way that I like to do things, and it's the way that many of us like to do things. But the way GW likes to do things is you buy the models and you build them and they look like they are on the box. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, that's it. So it's not that you can't enjoy Warhammer 40k in 2026. You can. I mean, I'm still playing it, but it's definitely changed a lot in the last few years. In the last sort of, I'd say really the last 3.5 years, it's changed. Changed a lot. GW's definitely changed their philosophy in terms of games design, and they've definitely changed they've got the dreaded policy. So yeah, but some people like it this way. But the reason why what I was gonna say before all of this, I've said it once and I'll say it many times on this channel. I feel so lucky to have experienced the older editions of Warhammer. I experienced them both as a child, but also experienced them as an adult. I feel extremely lucky to have experienced them. Yeah. So there you go. Some people will say, even some longbeards will say it's better now. That's fine. That's their opinion. Like I'm not telling you what to think. But yeah, that's why some of us say it was better back in the day. Back in my day. There you go. But it's never going to go back to those ways. I don't think it's ever going to go back to that. So it's just I suppose we have to make peace with the direction it's going in. Yeah. All right. What do we got here? We got Skeletal Commissar, who I will finally get to his super chat now. All right. So my brother will be playing Orcs, and I will be playing Armageddon themed Imperial Force, of course. Gave Orcs a bit of a points advantage as I feel they need a win. Here's the list. If you think I need to add anything, feel free to chime in. Well, as long as you've given the Orcs a Chinook, you'll be all right. I used to love that the Orcs could get a double rotor helicopter called the Chinook. All right. Here's the list. I mean, in the nicest possible way, you're running a huge 3,500 point army versus like a 3,600 point army. So, like, realistically, it makes... There's no tactics at that point. There's no tactics at that point, right? You're just having a big fun battle. But you've got Ardia Magellan. Who the fuck is Ardia Magellan? I don't remember that one. Commissar Yarrick, Company Commander, Infantry Squad, loads of Infantry Squads, Basilisks, Chimeras, Multi-Lethal Bolt of the Classic. I mean, you say you're playing 8th, but this is a very 11th edition Ultramarine, a very 11th edition Space Marine Force, because Armageddon is being saved by Marnius Calgar. Yeah, 3k plus, it's just smash. Yeah, exactly. Calgar, Chief Librarian to guys. Is Tiggy still around in 11th, or did they get rid of him? I don't know if he still has a model. I've not seen anyone use Tiggy in years. Did he get Legends? Was he still going? I remember using him in fucking well, not using him. Yeah. He's still kicking. Is he kicking in game though? I'm gonna have to find out. I'm curious now. Let's have a look. Oh, he is. Oh, he must have had a refresh at some point. Oh, there you go. I wonder when he got redone. Was he an early Primaris model? I honestly don't. Yeah. I wonder. Oh, 2020. It says right there, Tigerius 20. Yeah, Chief Librarian Tigerius. 6 years old. That's not so bad. That's end of 8th edition. Yeah. Yeah. Is it end of 8th? Yeah. Could you have it all? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow. It's crazy. He used to be in every Ultramarine list, and I just haven't seen him in a long time. And then you've got tactical squads, assault terminators, big knight errant, big black templars. Nice. Yeah, it looks good to me. And then the orcs is just so many boys. Oh. It breaks my heart. I've just seen orc boys and mobs of 30. Back in the day. 30-man boy units, that's the way. Nice. I love it, man. I love it. Yeah. So overall, I think the lists look like they'll be fun. Yeah, it's just gonna be like hundreds of boys running forward, getting mashed up. This is the way. This is the way. I love it. I love it, Skeletal Commissar. I love it. Have fun, and I'm very jealous of you. Tonk, thank you for the super chat. Talking of painting and lists, pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Photos next week. I'm looking forward to them, man. I really am. Why is it so goddamn hot? I want to get these painted so I can play. What you need is a pair of very short shorts. That makes everything so much cooler. Also, here's the do list. Idea is to somewhat mimic the Oda armies of 15th century Japan with lots of Ashigaru and some samurai. Nice. I like that. So what have we got? 2 squads of assault frames. Nice. Yeah, they do look good, the new assault frame, guys. Yeah, very, very cool. Alright, and then you've got a bunch of the... Are these the new Japanese infantry? I don't actually recognize them. I've only got the old Japanese infantry. Are they the new ones? They look really good. I might have to get myself some of those. Alright, so 12 dice, 3 rift dice, assault platoon, regular guy, a couple of extra bozos, and then battle frame. I wouldn't swap the battle frame out for Shiburu rifles. This isn't like, by the way, this isn't like a Shiburu rifle. It looks like one, but it's not. It's just a it's actually technically an RPG, according to the game. It's the anti-tank launcher. Yeah, just don't worry. Honestly, keep them basic. Just take them with just SMGs and combat blades. Because if you go Shiburu rifles, it means that you don't get as many attacks in close combat. Yeah. Yeah. Japanese squad. Yeah, that's good. Additional soldiers. Yeah, that's good. Armed War Platoon, Sasori. Yeah, that's good. Type 6 Keiho Light Walker, regular. Are the Keihos the one with the light anti-tank guns, are they? Yeah, they're alright. So that's 509. That's 45. Okay, so we've got another assault platoon. Officer and assault frame armor with 2 extra guys. Yeah. More assault frame. Wow, okay, nice. And then another squad. So basically we're looking at like 4.5 squads of assault frame and a shitload of basic infantry. Okay. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, I like it. It's actually Bushido minds think alike, because it's actually the way I've been looking to build my one of my Japanese lists as well. I've got about 48 basic infantry and about 40 power armor bodies at this point. And they're all the old metal ones as well. And I'm looking at running something similar. Yeah, so I dig the vibe. I think you'll probably... I think the only thing you'll struggle with is like Ursus and Shrekwolfen, because you just don't... Like, if there's some surging Ursus, you literally like can't really kill them, because you only want like pen 1 in combat. I mean, you might get lucky on Super 6s, but that's it, right? So the only thing... oh, no, you've got the walkers. Yeah. But you've only got the one walker with the claws, haven't you? I would be tempted with double claw walker. Controversial as it is. Just because the crush gun can wound surging Ursus, although they will get a save, it can still wound them. And the claws are the most important bit. Either that or an Inigo. Yeah. But the Inigo is a bit of an older mech, so yeah. So I mean, I think if you swap the 2 little walkers out and drop the Shiburu rifles, you could probably afford a extra Sasori and still have points left over, which might get you some other interesting units. Like a unit that's definitely worth considering is the Shiburu sniper rifle. So it's a sniper team that you can upgrade with a Shiburu rifle. That's very nice. Another option as well is to port in the anti-tank rifle from bolt action. So the bolt action anti-tank rifle fires 2 shots. And this can be very helpful for you as a Japanese player for dealing with those Schreckwolfen and Ursus. Because when they're surging at damage value 8, your anti-tank rifle is AP minus 2. Well, not AP minus 2, it's Pen 2, right? And that means you can win them on 6s. Now, you are fishing for 6s, but it's very cheap. And the thing with the anti-tank rifles in bolt action, for all the Japanese, you don't get this in K-47, you get this for the you get it in bolt action, is they've got a special rule called like rapid fire or fast firing. So they fire 2 shots, and they're only like 5 points more. And you can get a few of these in like a heavy weapons platoon, for example. And so you could have like a bunch of these little AT rifles, just like double tapping, like bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, like double tapping these Schreckwolf, and it's definitely got some play. Cheap, effective, slinging rounds down range. Worth considering, for sure. Worth considering. And maybe it's not one or the other. Maybe you get some Shibura sniper rifles and you get some anti-tank rifles. I mean, you can include a sniper and an anti-tank rifle in both assault platoons, and you've got 2 assault platoons. So I'm not saying the points would work out. You might have to adjust the list a bit more than I suggested before, right? But my point is, there's some good anti. The thing with the Shibura sniper rifles that's worth remembering is that they ignore cover. But I don't think they're only pen 1, aren't they? And you only combine the pen against vehicles. So it helps a bit, but not as much as we would have liked. I think. Oh wait, no. Oh, they're pen 2, aren't they? Because they get +1 pen against infantry, don't they? I think Icans is right. Sniping is +1. Oh, so no, they're perfect. They're literally perfect. Yeah. So sniper rifles in general get +1 pen against infantry, and the Shiburu rifle is +1 pen as well. Tonk, we might have the answer, man. We might have the answer. Now you're still fishing for 6s. But that's one for you. Now let me hit you with something else. You say Japanese army struggle with pen. Strongly disagree. Totally different angle, but one that might save you a few pennies. I'll bring the picture up. The answer might be staring you straight in the face. Do you know what could be really helpful against Schreckwolfen and Ursus? Anti-tank launchers. Because they're not power armored and they're not vehicles, obviously, so they don't have the pen when getting hit by anti-tank launchers. So you could have a squad of your assault frame guys, but like Banzai! And they all fire the assault launchers. Now, admittedly, it's a D6, so it's a bit swingy, but and just rip your wound. I think they're pen +5. You wound them on 3s. It's a Hail Mary. But when the Schreckwolfen's coming at you, better try and take someone down with you. Pen 6 then. Pen 6, even better. So, yeah, even better. So, that's an option as well. And you can put those on everyone. I mean, I wouldn't recommend you put them on everyone because that's going to get very expensive very quickly. But maybe those 2 squads that you put fucking Shibura rifles on, you go, you know what I'll do instead? Panzerfausts or anti-tank launchers, yeah. Few options. You've got a few options. The Japanese, they don't struggle with... They sort of... you have to scratch a little bit below the surface to find the solutions. This is one of the things that, like, a lot of the other factions have kind of, they have depth as well. Every faction's got depth, but they also have some just quite obvious surface level answers to things. Whereas the Japanese, I think you need to go deeper every time. I think one of the things that has some players have struggled with the Japanese is that you look at them and they're phenomenally cool, and so you're just like, I don't care what the rules are, I'm getting them because fucking Banzai all the way. Look at these power armored samurai. This is the tits. Because they do have a very alluring, a very unique look as a faction. Like, they look a world apart to a lot of the other factions in the game. But, so you get into them just based off aesthetics. Look, it looks cool. Yeah, amazing. But then you start trying to wrestle them into position, and you're like, oh shit, man, this army is actually a bit harder to pilot than I thought. Yeah, so I think that's why sometimes people get put off by them. But actually, if you dig deep, you not even dig deep. If you just dig a little bit below the surface, the answers they do start flowing. Yeah. Anyway, where are we up to next? Bermuda Raven! Bermuda Raven, thank you so much for the 48-month member flex, baby! X-Force, baby! Quadruple X-Force, 4 years! 4 years. It's amazing how many people we've had who have been crossing that 4-year mark. Huge thank you to Bermuda Raven and to all of the Grognards who supported me 4 years ago and are still supporting me today. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. There we go. Holy shit, man. Species, goddamn it, I just realised that the Dark Angels versus Chaos Space Marines in the old box aren't modern scale, Primarch, etc. I've got 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy 2. Whoop whoop, need me some paints. So, don't worry, that doesn't matter so much. So the models that you have from Dark Vengeance, they actually are still the right scale because GW still sells Tactical Marines. They still sell them. So yeah, they're absolutely and Tactical Marines are still the old scale. So no, they're absolutely fine. The only thing you need to do is put them on. They come on 25mm slaughter bases, and you need to put them on 32mm bases. Now, fortunately, you can buy 32mm bases for next to nothing on eBay. If you go on eBay, doesn't matter where you are in the world, go on eBay, type in 32mm round base Warhammer, you'll find people selling like 50 for a tenner. Sometimes even like 100 for, I think they tend to do 25mm bases 100 for a tenner, but 32 bases you'll find more than enough for a relatively low price to bring all you guys over. So yeah, your Tactical Marines need to be on 32mm bases. Your Terminators need to be, I think, on 40mm bases. The bikes that you've got, the Ravenwing bikes, I'm not even. I think they might have gone to Legends, as in they might not be a legal unit anymore. There are some Ravenwing units still around, but the bikes are. What you'd probably have to do with the bikes is use them as counts as Outriders, which are the Primaris ones. Now, they're a little smaller, the ones you've got, but if you just put them on the right base size, so if you go on the Warhammer website, find Space and Outriders, look in the description, it'll tell you what base size one you can buy those base sizes. Yeah. Tactical and smaller, is there a law in that? Oh fuck me, this is getting complicated, lol. I very much sympathise with your feelings, and as I stated before, things have gone in certain directions that I don't totally agree with. Yeah, you know, there's you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It's a little overwhelming at first, but you'll be all right. Just ask questions. We'll point you in the right direction. We'll make sure you're we'll make sure you're looked after. All right, but it is going to be a little daunting at first. All right. Yeah. All right, let's have a look. Can I ask, and I do apologise for being the ignorant Englishman, but could I ask that everyone in chat does speak in English? And that's not because I'm not respectful of other people's languages, but you have to understand that if I need to be able to moderate the chat. Now, I'm sure you're all speaking about Warhammer, because I can see words like Drear and Death Riders being mentioned. But obviously, if that changes, I wouldn't be able to tell. So it's just so that I can make sure that we're all chatting appropriately. All right. So I do apologise for that, but if you could do that, that would be greatly appreciated. All right. No, it's not a problem. I appreciate that you guys were just being, helpful and all that kind of stuff. I totally understand it. But yeah, if you guys could keep it all in English, that would be extremely appreciated. All right. What have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Commando HHL. Commando HHL, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Can we speak in Orc? You can speak in Orc. There you go. What a pedantic view. Disgraceful. Are you being serious? Procopious? Or are you teasing? Like if you're having a joke, that's fine. If you're being serious. You're being serious? Okay, well, here's an idea. I asked very politely for people to speak in English so I could moderate the chat. Okay, which I'm actually meant to do as a YouTuber. Because if I don't moderate my chat, I can get in trouble. But clearly, you're a bit of a dickhead, right? So here's an idea. You're banned. What a dickhead. Right, anyway. Right, moving on. Yeah. I fucking hate people like that. Obvious. No, he's gone. He's gone. Like, I'm not having, like, he's gone. Like, that is, we're not even going to get into it. I'm not even getting into it. What a dickhead. Anyway, what have we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat, mate. Don't forget the Chat House Studio lawsuit. Also streamlined again, yet they have to support 9 loyalists and 9 traitor, 9 traitor legions. That is a good point. That is a good point. One hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing. Games Workshop. The thing is though, Dark Knight Curran, right? They tried to streamline heresy. All right. Yeah. They tried to streamline heresy at the beginning of Heresy 3.0. That's why they sent so much of that stuff to Legends. All those unique units, because they wanted basically a tactical marine to be, and that's why they got rid of all the rights of war, because they wanted a tactical marine to be a tactical marine no matter what legion it was part of. Yeah. So, like that's they still streamline in heresy. Yeah. Joe Quitter, that's fine. Yes, no, I appreciate that. Like I said, I was sure that people who were speaking in Spanish, I could see words like Drew and Death was popping up. I'm sure there's nothing untowards popping up. That's why let me make something abundantly clear. I had no issue with that whatsoever. That's why I just asked politely. No one's going to get banned for that, okay? Like, that's fine. But when you've got someone who is very clearly just being calling me pedantic when he's obviously just when I've given a very polite, reasonable explanation for it. Do you know what I mean? So no, you guys are all fine. No one there has been rude or inappropriate or anything like that. You've all been very, very good. But you're making everyone speak in English. I ain't got time for that shit, boys. I ain't got time for that. Like, I'm not... That, again, I've told you guys this before. I've told these guys before, okay? We don't argue with those people. Because there's no point. And you guys know I'm open to debate. I'm open to criticism. And all that kind of stuff. But... There's a difference. There's a difference. There's very obviously a difference. Yeah. So it's just that simple. All right. And you guys know that I always try to be extremely respectful of people. I always say, like, I respect people's financial situation, all that kind of stuff. And that extends to multiple other areas and everything. I even respect it. Okay, maybe I don't respect towel players, but you know what I mean. Like, we don't have time. There's no point in arguing with those people because they're not arguing in good faith. They're just dickheads, and we just don't deal with that. Yeah. That's fine. Marino, no need to apologise whatsoever. No need to apologise even slightly. Like I said, I'm sure you guys were speaking totally appropriately. I wasn't worried about it at all. But it's just so that it's because just a bit boring, a bit behind the curtain, but YouTube terms of service, I have to make sure that my chat is moderated as a YouTuber. Okay, I have to make sure, and obviously I can't moderate my chat effectively or YouTube could, if I can't moderate my chat if I can't understand what's being said. So it wasn't that I had any issue with people. I have no issue with people speaking Spanish, okay? It's just in the stream I have to make sure that YouTube doesn't say, oh, well, your chat was unmoderated. Do you see what I mean? And I know it seems pedantic, but I got to cover my ass. I've been in trouble with YouTube once before. I don't want to get in trouble with them again. Yeah, exactly. And I want to make something abundantly clear. And this is probably I don't want anyone getting worried that I'm going like trigger happy with the bans or anything like that. All right, I'm not. I very, 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 very rarely ban anyone. I really do. Okay. In fact, there's only one thing that will get you banned in a Morning Glory stream: being a dickhead. That's it. That's it. Disagree with me all you want. Argue against me all you want. I have no issue with that whatsoever. I have no issue with that whatsoever. I don't live in an echo chamber. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. It's that simple. All right. But there's only one thing that will get you banned in this chat, and that's being a dickhead. I've only ever had to ban 3 people outside of the sex bots and the spammers and stuff, and that's just dickheads. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So there you go. That's it. All right. Let's have a look here. Moving on. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Look at the US gun trucks, Vietnam War, real life kit bash. Exactly, right. What's that? You guys in chat know. What's that American tank? Oh, tank, which was like just like 4. Was it like 4 recoilless rifles, like 2 on each side, and then it had like did it have some like 50 cals like strapped to it as well, and it was like really like lightly armored and everything, and its whole job was the M50 Ontos. That's it. Yes, I knew people would know straight away. Yeah. There you go. Amazing. Yeah, that's a real life kit bash. And the funny thing is, in real life, things are in real life when you look at almost any modern conflict, ones that have happened today, ones that have happened in the last sort of, well, I mean, forever, right? But but we'll keep it to the modern era, right? Cold War, and so World War. We'll say World War II and beyond, right? Things may have rolled off the assembly line, standard issue, but when they got their hands, when the soldiers got their hands on them, they very rarely stayed unmodified. Think of all the Shermans that American soldiers put bits of wood on the side, logs on the side, that they put sandbags all over. Think of the think of all of the think of things like modern tanks that get like the cages put all over them and stuff like that. Very rarely does standard issue stay standard issue when it reaches the front lines. This is why I think kit bashing and all that kind of stuff. It's why I absolutely love it in 40k. It's why when with my Imperial Guard, with my Mordian Imperial Guard, all of my old, when I did the Great Mordian Restoration Project and I redid all of my old models, including redoing all my old tanks, all of those old tanks, when I was redoing them, 1 minute, is my laptop getting hot again? I think it is. It is. All right, 1 minute. I'm going to be back. 1 second. I'm waiting another ice pack. I could see the camera lagging. All right, 1 minute. It's going to be a little 1 minute. This one's not quite as flat. There we go. So, with my Mordian tanks, I redid a bunch of the when I was repainting all my tanks. A lot of them had like damaged and like broken bits in them and stuff, and I took the opportunity when I was repainting them to like fix them up as well. And so I ended up adding like loads of little like accoutrement, like a bit from other kits like Space Marine tank stuff. Like some of them, because I have Black Templars as well, and I'd been listening to Hell's Reach at the time. And there's that bit in Hell's Reach where the fighter pilot, fighter captain, is talking to the Grimalders about how they earned the right to have the Black Templar badge on their planes, right? And I wanted something similar for mine, so some of my vehicles have got the Black Templar symbol on them as well, and all sorts of kit bash stuff. And then when I got my new tanks, because I bought a whole bunch more Lehman Russes for my Mordians again, and I got the Horus Heresy ones, right? And I didn't just stick with the basic Horus Heresy. I was like, yeah, sure, maybe these. Like to me, I like to imagine that these are like older tanks that have been brought out of storage for the Mordies, like older patterns. How like they take the T-55s that are in like Soviet storage yards, and they take them out, and they don't leave them as their base configuration, do they? Like whether it's the Ukrainians doing it or the Soviets doing it, or not Soviets, fucking hell, Ukrainians doing it or the Russians doing it. They get them out, and then they give them the new composite armor, and then they put all the ERA bricks all over them, and then even after that they give them the soldiers, and the soldiers put all the fucking cages over them. Not all the time, but sometimes they put all the cages over them and all that kind of stuff. So and so what I did with my Horus Heresy tanks is I imagine that all these old ones have been brought out of storage and been tuned up again by the Departmentum Munitorum, and then when they handed them over to my veteran Mordian regiment, I've got spaced armor, and the spaced armor's got like ERA bricks on all down the sides of it, right? And I put the track guards that go all the way around on them, and I also put the dozer blades on the front, but the dozer blades are there to make sure, basically they cover the front of the armor, but to stop the sort of exposing the potential like weak part underneath, kind of thing. And the idea is that that I came up, the headcanon that I came up with for this is that the reason why they've got all this like extra armor and everything on them is because the Mordians are expecting to do lots of like urban combat, and so in urban combat, you've got to make sure the top of your armor's all like your top's armored, your sides armored, because attacks will come from anywhere, right? And the reason why they're expecting urban combat is because, well, in 10th and 11th edition, everyone played on L-shaped ruins, right? So I was like, you know what? Let's take this everyone fights in urban environments thing that GW is doing with the game design and actually like work it into my model design with like kit bashing and everything. And so yeah, that's why I love kit bashing and stuff, and that's why I think it's such an important part of the hobby, especially for something like the Imperial Guard, because you give equipment to soldiers and very quickly they're gonna standard issue doesn't stay long. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I'm very passionate about that. I don't think I've ever built a kit and just built it as standard. Not for my guard. I don't even think I've done it. I haven't done it for my guard. The only time I've ever done it is for Tyranids. That's it. That's the only time I've ever done that. What have we got next? Jason Reevy! Thank you for becoming a channel member! Thank you for becoming a channel member, mate. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you, man. Warforged, thank you for the 46 with member flex. X-Force, baby! 11th edition review in stream discussion. Oh, baby. This is going to be spicy. Let me have a look. Okay, let's have a look. I'm going to grab a drink. It's kind of long. I'm just going to grab a quick drink of water. Looks positive, though. There we go. All right. Oh, no, I got some hair on there. I think we're okay. There we go. All right. So, Warforged. Let's have a look here. Okay, so I've had 2 games of 11th edition, and I love it. Hey! I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear it. Past 2 weeks and 2 games in my Night Lords, ended both games on turn 4. First game was against Blood Angels and was left with 1 Rhino. Game 2 was against Dark Elder today, and on turn 4 I got tabled. So you've taken a couple of batterings, but you're still enjoying the game. Okay. I can dig it. I'm just going to adjust this slightly. It's annoying me. It's not level. That's much better. Playing Purge with an attachment I never use in 10th edition. Veterans of the Long War along with Murder Talon. So does that mean you can take... Is it only 2 DP Veterans of the Long War? Okay. Big thing was that I almost punched out Dante's unit and forced a battle shock on turn 1. Something Dante was stuck with for the entire game. Just never passed his 6 up. Hilarious. Second game, around turn 3, I have 5 of his units simultaneously battle shocked, and only jammy rolls swinging over 8+ got him out of it as I was running Plague Marines with Raptors to stack Master to battle shock. Very interesting. Loving my Chaos Lord, Freddy Krueger with his warp talents. He's cool and keeps surprising me with slaughtering anything he touches. Also feels good that objectives are now a bigger size of the table. Played against the same opponent twice, and sometimes it may not be the addition, but having a good friend to play with that makes the game. Both games were enjoyable, more fun than I had in 10th, and I look forward to my next game. I believe I'm taking on GSC, and they've got 80 neophytes. prime time for Battleshock. I feel my perspective of the edition isn't to get first place at tourneys, it's to make 2 tallies. One of how many times I force Battleshock, and another of how many times my opponent fails Battleshock, and that'll keep me happy. So, and then is there some pictures? Yes, there's some pictures. Okay, very good. So I mean, it makes sense, right? Battleshock's a lot more impactful. So, I think it makes sense on 2 fronts. Okay, firstly, Battleshock is a lot more impactful, and as a Night Lords player, you obviously want Battleshock to be impactful. It's like your whole thing, right? Like, you know, the night is dark and full of terrors and all that kind of stuff. I think another big thing is probably the fact that you did take a break from 40k for a little bit. And that can always make a big difference. It's why I've been, you know, banging on about people needing their palette cleansers. You gotta have it. It resets the perspective, refreshes the enjoyment. Yeah. It's very important. I think, you know, I will say this, Warp Forge. You know, I've also I've somewhat enjoyed my first 2 games of 11th edition. It's you know, obviously my perspective's a little different because I'm playing guard at the moment. Well, I always play guard, but guard at this moment. Right? So it's a little, obviously it's a little different. Yeah. But my perspective on 11th edition is that it is it has potential. It has potential. It's you know, I've enjoyed my first 2 games. It's just very flawed. It's very flawed, and so I think there's what I think my main concern with 11th edition is not its initial enjoyability. I am concerned because let me because Warforge, this will make sense. I don't think I'm dooming on things at all. I'm not. I'm going to go through the pictures. And we're going to have a great time. But my concern is that 11th edition will follow a similar path to 10th. As in, because remember, I think you and I, we both really enjoyed 10th at the beginning of it. But that last year to 18 months was grim. It was grim. It was stale. It was overly optimized. It was rough. And my concern with 11th is like right now, my excitement with 11th is I'm really enjoying the initial discovery phase. I'm really enjoying the exploratory phase. I'm really enjoying the hey, fucking hell, I'm back on 40k kind of phase, right? But my concern is when the discovery phase ends and the optimization phase comes in, are we going to find ourselves in a very 10th edition situation? And I'm very much waiting on these. I'm waiting with bated breath for these first few balance patches, because the last few balance patches that GW did at the end of 10th were very, I would say, unintelligent. Lots of triple nerfs, lots of things just being left to rot. I mean, look at like Bridgehead. I think Bridgehead Strike was the turning point. You know, with that Grotmus. Yeah, that was the turning point. And I don't want that. I want 11. I think if 11th edition makes a series of intelligent changes, it could make 11th. It could make 11th edition very good. It could be like No Man's Sky in many ways. It could be like No Man's Sky. And I want 11th edition to be good, and I want 11th edition to be right now. I want it to be like No Man's Sky. I want it to be where they keep working on it doggedly and determinedly, and and intelligently, and it becomes a fantastic game. Yeah. Warforge, I'm enjoying 11th with friends who aren't playing die-hard competitive play. For me, it's always going to happen with metas. The issue with 40k that they lean too hard on lethality, which ruined it. Yeah. Well, Warforge, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think by the end of 10th edition, everyone was playing hyper-optimized, hyper-competitive. Like, we've both said this. We are of the same cloth. It was like every pickup game was a practice for an RTT. And half the people that were playing like this were never going to go to a fucking RTT. So why are they playing so hard? Now what are we doing here? It's like that, you know, that guy in there's that meme with the guy with at the drive-through, and he says, "Oh yeah, like, can you just like do this, blah blah blah," and the guy on the intercom goes, "Sorry, we can't do that." And he's like, what do you mean we? It's just you and me. Like, there's no one else here, man. Like, just put an extra slice of cheese on there. No one's gonna know. No one's gonna care. Like, just put the extra slice of cheese on. And it's like, I'm sorry, we can't do this. He's like, who is we? Who is we? It's just you and me, two human beings in the night. And I feel like that was that was how the end of 10th edition felt. And it's like, you know, just let's play a narrative game. I'm sorry, we can't do that. What do you mean we can't do it? I've got to you know, I've got to. It's not optimized. We got to be ready for the tournament. What tournament, man? Like, no, there's no tournament happening. Like, yeah. That's My first 40k games with on the table proper were doubles RTT. Things were chill. It really is a player mindset thing. I totally agree. It doesn't matter what war game it is. It's all about player mindset. It's all about player mindset. Okay, it's about player mindset, and also it's about company mindset at the same time. But we're not going to retread everything I said before. You can have an amazing player mindset, and that can be enhanced even further by the company embracing that player mindset. Does that make sense? Yeah. Player mindset and the devs a bit. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I totally agree, Warforge. It's about that player mindset. And you know what? I know it's slightly off on, and I have not looked at your pictures yet, but we're just riffing. It's a very chill stream tonight. We're just riffing. But okay, memeing to one side. I kind of need to. I'm just gonna try something here. Something crazy. I'm trying something. Okay, here we go. So, I got a hot take, and this really should be done as a stream highlight, but I'm not gonna. But maybe not. Maybe we're just gonna keep it chill, boys. We're just gonna keep it chill. I have a theory, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. I think there's another layer to why people have reacted the way to Art of War, the way they have. And I know this. Wait, this is coming out of left field. So, and this is not a dig at Art of War. There's no beef here. So put your pitchforks away. Put the popcorn away. We're not talking that. Okay, I'm not shitting on them. It's already old news. The internet's already moved on. It wasn't even that big a deal anyway. Like, it's meme culture at this point. It's a joke. Okay, so like, it doesn't matter. All right. Okay, but I've got a. This is a sort of meta level thought on the whole thing. All right. Do you think that maybe Art of War got the reaction that they got to their video partly because they have presented themselves as a more overly professional sort of, they presented themselves very professionally, and there's this element of, do you guys sometimes feel like, on maybe it's just my internet bubble, right? Maybe it's my algorithm. Everyone's algorithm's different, right? But maybe it does kind of feel like the internet has, in the last, I'd say last 6 months, it's been a pretty sudden swing. But the internet seems to have what kind of content people want to consume. It's like specifically the kind of content they want to consume. And the internet's kind of moved away from this kind of overly polished, more it's not necessarily corporate, but more professional style of doing things. People don't, people use the term corpo slop all the time now, right? For stuff that probably isn't even corporate slop, but if there's even a whiff of it, people just go corporate slop. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And it's nothing to do with Art of War. Art of War is just an example of this within our little Warhammer corner of the internet, right? But looking at video games and stuff, there's been a lot of, the general sentiment in the video game scene now is if you want good games, you go to the indie. You go indie, right? And that's obviously partly because there's been some big balls that have been dropped by big developers in the video game sort of world. But there's also this element where people are just we don't want big corporate entities on the internet. We want the internet to be more almost human, for lack of a better term. Iron Lung is definitely an example. Yeah, Iron Lung's a great example, right? People don't it's with movies as well, right? People are less bothered about the next big AAA blockbuster Hollywood movie that's coming out, and they're hey, this fucking dude's made, this YouTuber's made a movie, and it's happened 2 times, because you had Iron Lung and you had the Backrooms, right? Both of which are very, very much not Hollywood, not corporate, not professional. It's not that they aren't good. It's not that they're, it's not that, do you know what I mean? But it's much more it feels indie. And so do you think that maybe, unfortunately, and again, and this is not shade on Art of War in any way, shape or form. This is, in a funny sort of way, maybe they're actually catching some strays here. They might be catching some strays, and what I mean by that is there's this general sentiment that it might not be all of the internet, but it might be sort of online nerd culture a little bit, where and that includes video games, that definitely includes movies, that definitely is going to include Warhammer, and well, Warhammer's is pretty mainstream these days, and so do you think that maybe the fact that they've worked so hard to present this professional image, a few years ago, that was exactly the right thing that people wanted. They wanted to they wanted to feel like they were in the hands of the professional, almost, kind of thing. And maybe now it's moved away. It's moved, the internet culture's moved a different direction, and so people are reacting strongly to them, because they're reacting strongly to them because they don't see a group of wargamers making a mistake. They see a business fucking up. Does that make sense? They see there's a big difference there. They don't see the human side. They just see, this is just a business. people want to reclaim their internet and hobby. Yeah, I think I think you're right, Warforge. I think that's a huge part of it. Like there's this sort of sentiment of like let's get the internet back to the old ways. Maybe a little bit, maybe not quite, maybe not all the way back, but definitely maybe there's a bit of a correction happening. Some people would argue. I might don't pick my exact words apart. I'm riffing very much off the cuff here about a topic. I'm really going off vibes and feelings, not off any kind of logical deduction. Just observations as a denizen of the internet, just an observation that I've noticed. Yeah. Like people don't want. Yeah, like people want. I don't know. Maybe it's just people don't want polished professionalism. They'd rather have rough, genuinism. Is that a word? Yeah. Though Garden NATO is definitely a bad take. Yeah, it was. But what I'm saying is, it's not that it wasn't a bad take. What I'm saying is, it's the reason why the internet responded the way it did. It's not just because it was a bad take. It's because they kind of saw it's this general hostility the internet is beginning to get towards overly polished, overly professional, business-like, corporate-like content. And I think I will say this: I do think it really does depend on category to category. Like if I want to go and watch a documentary about, like a history documentary, I love a properly done history documentary, with the maps and the symbols. They're very much like the time commander symbols moving around, all that kind of stuff. Like a lot of the old kings and generals one, epic history. I cannot tell you how many times I've watched that epic history Napoleon thing. God, it's so good. Do you know what I mean? Like that's obviously very polished, and that's obviously it's very professional, but it's also very emotive, and it's very genuine. I'll never forget I think it's Epic History TV where they did I watched their video on the First Crusade, and amongst many of the ones that I've watched, but this one for the First Crusade really stuck out to me, which is where the Crusaders finally take back Jerusalem, and they just start killing everybody, and it's really graphic, and what the how the presenter, he doesn't try and soften the blow. He doesn't try and make it out of corporate speak or anything like that. The presenter goes, the Crusaders, once they breached the walls, began slaughtering the population. The steps to the Holy Sepulchre were said to have run red with blood. A massacre, a tragedy, but not unusual for the time. Do you know what I mean? There's a profession. It's it's obviously very professional. It's very polished, but it's very grounded at the same time. Do you know what I mean? And it's the kind of way it's presented. So it sort of depends. I think it depends on where you're going. Sometimes you want the information and all that kind of stuff, but I guess it's you don't want. I guess it's that sort of that key word, the slop, isn't it? If someone perceives something as, no one's ever going to perceive that as slop, are they? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think this is a hard and fast rule. I think this is very much maybe a half truth. I think it very much is maybe a kind of 50-50 kind of jobby, but I definitely think I don't definitely think, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was why maybe people reacted as strongly as they did, because and I will say this, if I may say one more thing. I also think it's really unfair that a lot of the negative reaction to their video has been laid at the feet of the guard. If I think there's been a little bit from Art of War, and actually I'd say 50% from Art of War and 50% from their ball washers / defenders. But there's been this like thing like, oh, it's just guard players, get good guard players, get good guard players. I don't think you can lay all of this at the feet of the guard players. We are not your scapegoat. We are not your easy, convenient way to dismiss criticism against yourself. Because at the end of the day, guys, if you've got a 50-50 ratio of likes to dislike on your video, which is what it's basically up to now, roughly, right? Unless you're saying that, you know, and this is a bit of a grand statement, but unless you're saying half of all the people that watch your channel are guard players, that doesn't make sense, does it? Unless you're admitting that the guard is the dominant community and that we actually make up the majority, we are Legion, and that GW should cater to us, we are the true poster boys, you know, unless you're saying that, you can't say all those dislikes are because of us. In fact, what I think that probably shows is maybe you got a few things wrong. Like maybe some of those dislikes are down to the fact you didn't put Thousand Sons in S tier. Maybe some of that's down to the fact that you didn't put Necrons in the right tier. Maybe some of that's down to the fact that, you know, the majority of the factions you put in A tier. Maybe it's some of that's down to the fact you had a logical inconsistency to your arguments. Like, hey, if Guard's really good in the hands of a great faction, then why aren't you saying that about Drukhari? Do you see what I mean? So I was a little annoyed, and I think I've been very fair with that first bit talking about them catching strays. So you see, I'm always very fair. I'm always very balanced with this. I think I've been very fair with that first bit. I think they did get a bit of undeserved criticism, because I do think at the end of the day it's just a Warhammer tier list. Who gives a fuck, right? I do think they did get some undeserved. I think they got some deserved criticism. I think they also got some undeserved criticism. I think maybe, like I said, it's a bit of an internet correction towards less professional stuff, you know, less corpo slop, right? But I think also I was a bit cheesed off when they were like, it's just guard players being crybabies and they need to get good. I was a little cheesed off about that. I don't think that's a very intelligent response. Yeah. And I think that the like to dislike ratio kind of shows that. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Let's look at some pictures. That was a longie. That was a big boy. that was a big boy, Warforge. Let's have a look here. Nice. I will say straight away, 11th edition boards, they do look better than 10th edition ones if you've got a club with good terrain. Nice. Yeah, nice. Cool. Very, very cool. I would also say Warforge, I think one of the reasons you're enjoying 11th edition is that Chaos is considered one of the best factions right now. Yeah. Come and play Guard for a bit, and let's see how much you enjoy 11th edition there. But the Guard suffering is A, appropriate, and B, temporary. It'll all come out in the wash. Yeah. God. I've said it yesterday, I've got to say it again. The overwhelming temptation to bloody play Space Marines. You know? I look down at a Space Marine army in 11th edition, and I'm just like Homer with the barbecue. Why doesn't my army look like that? But I gotta resist, boys. I gotta resist. I'm not gonna give in. I'm Guard. I'm dyed in the wool Guard. Guard till we die. Yeah. I tell you what, you don't get much of a Dark Elder army these days, do you? Look at the... look at the veritable horde of Night Lords on this side, and then look at just like the scattering of Drukhari boats on that side. Yeah. Crazy, man. There's definitely some weird points and balances. Very, very unusual. Yeah. I've got a shit ton of Blood Ravens, yeah. I do actually want to run my Blood Ravens at a tournament. I just haven't quite figured out what disposition I really want to do them in yet. I mean, there's so many Night Lords on the board. So few Dark Elder. He's got 3 Deep Strike. That's not too bad. But still, I feel like he only has an equal amount of units to you. But maybe I'm... maybe that's appropriate for Dark Elder. I guess they shouldn't be a Horde army so much, should they? Nice. Very cool. Yeah. Thing is, I kind of want to start, you know, like I said, a Space Marine army. Wow, he actually massacred you, man. Like, that's crazy. I did not expect that to happen, considering how many units you had. Oh, and there's a couple of memes here. Yeah, but, you know, remember, guys, they're only C tier. Anyway, like I said, memes. Battleshock is good now. Now is my time! I don't care if you win. I just need you to take Battleshock. Yeah. Yeah, Dark Elder are very good. Their ability to just jump out of transports and rip through people is very, very tasty. Yeah, very, very tasty. Come to the Deathwatch modding. Oh, bro, I love Deathwatch, man. I love Deathwatch. My brother has a massive Deathwatch army. I've been trying to get him to sell it to me for years. He won't part with it. He loves it as much as me. I love Deathwatch, but I like the OG Deathwatch veterans. The thing that me and my brother loved about Deathwatch, you know, playing with them and playing against them, was the fact that you could take, you know, every guy was customizable. Every you know, some had shotguns, some had power swords, some had bolters, all this kind of stuff, right? You could have like Terminators mixed in with, you know, Terminators with like Stormbolter and Power Fist and Cyclone missile launchers mixed in with, you know, guys with bolters and power swords, or like shields and bolters and all this kind of stuff, and they separated it all out. Like now the veterans and the Terminators, they're segregated. They can't go together. Yeah. I love Deathwatch as a concept. I really do, and I do have a bit of an if they ever like fully Legends like Firstborn, like fully fucking goners, mate, Firstborn. I think what I would do in solidarity with that is I would take all of my Firstborn and I would turn them into Deathwatch, and I'd have like Firstborn Marines. You know, I'd repaint them, redo a shoulder pad on every guy, and I'd make them all like black shields kind of thing. So like the old chapters of all like but their old chapters left them behind. They've not been disgraced. Like their old chapters left them behind, kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'd consider doing. And I'd run like basic bolt Marines, like intercessors and stuff. Yeah, I'd love to do that. I don't know if they will get rid of. I mean, there's rumors they're gonna get rid of Firstborn, but I feel like they would have. We've got to wait for this first Space Marine Codex. If the Space Marine Codex comes out and it's what do you call it, and there's Firstborn are still in it, we'll be all right. Yeah, that's the big test. Do they get rid of all the Firstborn stuff with the first Space Marine Codex? Yeah. All right. What do we got here? Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Any tips or tactics for my RTT tomorrow? It's difficult to say because I don't know what you're going to face. Honestly, just experience it. I know it's not your first ever RTT, but it's your first RTT of 11th. So just experience it, man. Get the measure of it. See if you like it. Don't worry about... My advice would be don't worry about winning and losing. Concentrate on how it feels. How does your army feel? How does the addition feel? How do the dispositions feel? How do the missions feel? How does the secondaries feel? Focus on the... If you don't worry, literally, if you come away 0 and 3, it's not even a thing, man. Tomorrow is about you getting a feel for the game and deciding whether it feels right for you or if it feels wrong. That's it, okay? It feels like I should play K47. Well, go into it with an open mind, because I quite enjoyed my first game of 11th. My second game, even though I won it, I didn't enjoy it as much because it was so one-sided with the Bulgrin. Yeah. I still enjoyed it because of who I was playing against, but yeah. Yeah. Texan Gaming Corner, thank you for super chat. Commonwealth Box Infantry for K47 is discussion. Yes, I saw you discussing this earlier, and I thought it was very interesting. What are your thoughts on these as basic infantry option in K47? So this is the Canadian unique units. This is the Devil's Brigade. So they're 80 points, and they can take a bazooka for 45 points. And the bazooka can be fired at a separate enemy unit regardless of the target chose by the models in the unit in the same manner as one-shot weapons. So, I like the fact they can take a bazooka. I feel like that gives them the pen they need to go like Shrek Wolfen hunting, Ursus hunting, right? So, I like the bazooka. I am a little concerned that you're basically spending 125 points on a bazooka team. Because when you think about it, are those 3 extra blokes going to do diddly dick? Yeah, you get the field craft, but the bazooka still only hits on a 5, man. And it's only fucking field craft on basic knobheads, isn't it? Like, they're not fast. I think it's much better in bolt action. I think these guys are sick in bolt action. Really good. I actually might get a few bazookas just for my 8th army so I can run a couple of these squads. I just feel like it's an overpriced bazooka team. It's very, very cool. But okay, it's not a bad choice. I give it a solid 6.5 out of 10. Maybe could be persuaded to 7 out of 10. Okay, like I give it, but no, 6.5 feels right. Not great, not terrible. Okay, I think the bazooka's good. I think the fieldcraft is good. I think it gives them the ability to take on big monsters and stuff, which is good. Like, I just think that it's a lot for a bazooka team. How many points is the veteran bazooka team? I'm not sure. A standard one is 60. So what, veterans 66 maybe? Maybe more, I don't know. But I would never take a bazooka team as veteran in K47 because it's just going to go and die anyway, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So it's cool. Look, I don't think you would necessarily be fucking yourself if you put them in your army. But I don't think you'd be necessarily boosting yourself, put them in your army either. I think they're genuinely okay. Yeah. Okay. No, the ice pack's still good. All right. What have we got here next? Joe Aquila, thank you for super chat, man. Bruv, where's your Art of War kit? JK, love you, man, and your content. Dude, thank you so much, Joe. I don't actually own an Art of War t-shirt. I didn't buy this, by the way. Mad Larkin bought me this as a bit of a joke a few years ago. But yeah, like I don't have an Art of War t-shirt. Maybe I should get one. Although I feel like, you know, should I get one? Or is that taking the joke a bit too far? They probably would be like, oh, he's trying to be associated with us or something. I really am not. I did Art of Love. Get me I tell you what, man. If you get me an Art of War one, I'll wear it on stream. There you go. I'm not going to buy one myself though. I think if I buy it myself, it would come across as incredibly mean-spirited. I think I'm taking a joke too far. I think if I get one from if someone sends me one, it's just a gift. I gotta wear the gift, right? Be careful, Art of War might blacklist you. Yeah, they might do. Who knows? Who knows? I don't give a fuck. Teapot, thank you, super chat. Well, I've officially got my GW Shield card. I pre-ordered the old world box and now have plastic for every mainline game that the GW makes. Excited to start my first Chaos Army. Shill alert, shill alert, shill alert. Nah, it's cool, man. It's cool, man. Hey, you know what? Just play what makes you happy. Play what makes you happy. You know, spend your money on what makes you happy. And I tell you what, I don't even really think you can be called a Games Workshop shill buying into Old World. Old World is best world. Old World is the best game GW makes right now. Like, unequivocally, it's the best game. And yeah, so you're definitely not a shill buying into Old World. You're just making a smart decision. Yeah. What have we got next? Jenny, thank you for the super chat. NCR Rangers subscription. I hope you have a cool weekend. Well, I think it's actually gonna be something pretty warm over the weekend, but yeah. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Nice. Hey, they've come out all right, all painted up. I love the American flag on the power fist. That's excellent. Nice. Right, there you go. Cool. Very, very cool. I love it. I love it, man. All right. That's cool, man. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Right, 1 minute. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Okay, so chat. I got something for you. The gentleman that was banned earlier, Procopius von Vogelberg, has said that he was only joking in the Discord, and he said it was he was just trying to do a sarcastic joke. Do we unban him? I am a man of the people. I am a man of the people. The people's glory is what they call me. Chat, you are the Senate. Do we accept this defense? I am willing to go with the will of the people. I am willing to accept that jokes do not always translate through the medium of text. I have read your defense, Procopius von Vogelberg, and that is why I'm even presenting this to the people. So I will not decide your fate. I will not decide your fate. The people will decide your fate. For we do love democracy here on the Mordy and Glory channel. So, we will do a poll. Any poll is a goal. Okay. Should we unban von Vogelberg? Yes or no? The public, the people of this great channel will now determine the situation. I will let the people decide. I am willing to forgive. Let bygones be bygones. I understand. Perhaps I banned too earnestly. We have had a couple of dickheads recently. Maybe I struck too soon. Everyone deserves a second chance. But the people will decide his fate. We will allow... But Mountain, thank you for super chat. Unban him tomorrow. I'll forget if I do it tomorrow. We can let him back in for the last hour of the stream. We've got some lobbying for the unbanning. By the way, I love democracy, and part of democracy is lobbying. Imagine if someone pays like $100. Like, Deathstrike, keep him banned. Fuck him. That would be so evil. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. When it gets to 50 votes, when we get to 50 votes, we will decide. Okay, we're at 50. Procupus von Vogelberg. The great public of the Mordy and Glory community and our esteemed lobbying groups have come to a conclusion. And they have determined that you are to be unbanned. Congratulations! Enjoy your newfound freedom. The air will taste all the sweeter. It'll taste all the sweeter. There you go. Alright, now I'll give you a second. There is a... He was like, is there a process to get unbanned? I was seeing him in the Discord. He said, is there a process to get unbanned? I was like, oh yeah. We got a process. We got a process. We got a process. So, it's happened once or twice before. Literally only once or twice before, to be fair. Let's have a look. If he comes in and just goes, it's even worse. He's getting banned again. All right. Let's have a look. I don't think that'll happen. With great power comes zero accountability. All right. Let's have a look. There you are. Let us, von Vogelberg, let bygones be bygones. Let us bury the hatchet and let us not worry upon this anymore. And let's all, let's all just have a bit of fun with it. All right, there you go. You have been unbanned, sir. Freedom is yours. Your appeal has been successful. There you are. There you are. There you go. All right. Chat. I release him unto your custody. All right, there we go. That was a bit of fun. I actually prefer. I actually like that because your mercy is great. May your cows go fat and your coffers filled with gold. Banzai, Banzai. I actually prefer that outcome because I never like banning anybody. I don't. I like this to be a positive chat, and sometimes, you know, if in an ideal world I'd never ban anyone. So I prefer this outcome. I think this is better. I think this makes for a much more positive situation, and just, you know, I think it was, we also were able to get a bit of fun out of it, and that's what I'm all about, having a bit of fun. So Procopius, welcome back, sir, and enjoy being back in the chat. There we go. If it's positive, how is Mad likes of it? Well, you've got to have exceptions to prove the rule. All right. Don't worry, I'm catching on super chats now, guys. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. All right, I need a quick wee. I'll be 1 second. I'm not taking the headset to the toilet. You hear me pissing. Back in 1 second. Oh, fuck at me. There we go. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Okay, so what have we got here? We got Alex Robinson. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Lukewarm take. GW needs to release Kit Bash and Legends STLs tied to their Warhammer Plus service, then allow them in games. Would make games much more enjoyable. Oh, I totally agree. So, I had what I think is a genius idea. Genius. Check out this, right? I bet this is totally doable. So I said that what Games Workshop should do. See, if GW releases an STL, because they've got absolutely zero community goodwill, what will happen is someone will, if they release it behind a paywall or in any sort of paid capacity, someone will buy it and everyone will share it. This is why having community goodwill is very important. So I had an idea where what they could do, and I don't know the actual digital infrastructure of this, but I had this idea when I was first getting into 3D printing. I said Games Workshop should make a 3D printer, whether it's FDM or whatever. Okay, and it should be like the Steam machine kind of thing. Like, it should be really expensive because it's like branded and everything. All right, whatever. But the thing is, this should be a bit of Gucci kit. All right, proper Gucci, proper good. And what they should do is this. If this thing should connect to the internet. If you've got an internet connection, it connects to the internet. And it should have like a reasonably sized screen on the front of it. All right. And what you do is when it's connected to the internet, it's kind of like connected to like the GW servers. And you can just select straight from the screen what you want to print. And then it just goes, bzzz, it just does it. And so, and they could have it for all, and that way they could, as you said, like unlegends a bunch of stuff. So you could have like, oh, you want a Malkador? Okay, you don't have to like design the file yourself. You don't have to like figure out where to place all the parts or anything like that. Literally, you pour the resin in. The GW could even have some sort of mad setup where someone comes along and fucking levels it for you and everything, like whatever you want to do, right? But literally, some mad system where you just select it on the screen, press a button, and it knows it goes to GW server, it finds the layout, the perfect layout, and it goes, yep, okay, cool, and it just goes, yeah. That's that, and that's it. And you never have to like design it yourself. You never, all the STLs are on there, and all you need is like, maybe you just have to like have like a Warhammer Plus subscription. Maybe not even that. Maybe you just buy the print. But I think the Warhammer Plus subscription would be, if you want to receive updates, it could come. Yeah, if you want to receive updates, yeah. You want to trust this to GW and servers? Have you seen what they do? Well, I know. Okay, so obviously GW can't do this because their IT is ridiculous. Someone told, oh man, I can't remember what the number was. I found out the number for how much GW spent on their website, by the way. Like, not a guesstimate, like the actual number. And I've forgotten it. It's kind of a big scoop. I think I could probably find out again. on their new website. I think it was like. It was either 8 or 15 million, and I can't remember which one it was. I think let's say it was 8. Yeah, it was either 8 or yeah, it was 8 or 15 million that they spent on the new GW website. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah. 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 I can't remember. I'll find out the number again and let you guys know. But it was more than people thought it was. Yeah. Maybe it was 8 for the website, 15 mil all in for things like that and the app and stuff. It might have been 15 mil in total with like the app and stuff, maybe. Yeah, I can't remember. It was a lot though. Yeah. It was a lot. But yeah, no, Alex Robinson, I agree. Something STL GW I think would be good, but they have to right now. They're not going to do it right now because, like I said, they have no community goodwill and people will just take it and share it. Yeah, but people are already taking the models and making STLs out of them. So what's the difference, right? Joe Aquila, thank you for the super chat. I'm not a meta player. When I look up info on an army detachment, they pop up in the YouTube net. I like the content and the polish. However, when it comes to the guard, Mordian first and only. Ah, you're too kind, Joe. You're too kind. I appreciate it. Wash my balls. Wash my balls. I'm washing balls. Everyone's washing balls. No, I appreciate that, man. I do think there are some. I think there's a lot of really good channels out there for Warhammer these days. Yeah. I do think. Why didn't your comment? Why didn't your super chat age well? I think it aged well. Yeah. I think there's a lot of good YouTube channels out there these days. There really is. I guess there's a lot of really knowledgeable people for many factions, including the guard. But there's a lot of really knowledgeable people who share share the information so willingly and so freely just because they have an inbuilt desire to help. Yeah, from hobbying channels to tactics channels to everything. Yeah. I think we're really fortunate. I think we're really fortunate for a lot of the YouTube ecosystem that we have. And whilst there might be a few channels out there which some people might disagree with, and for every channel out there that's pushing some kind of like pushing some sort of promotion or content or coaching, whatever it may be, right? Whatever it may be, whether you agree with it, some people will find it disagreeable, some people won't, right? And there's like 100 of really just solid people who just share the information so willingly and so freely, and it's all very good. Like if like I've begun consuming a bit more of it. Like there was I've always done what I call like market research. Like I like to see what's going on in the YouTube ecosystem. But I also like to just see how I like to see how all the channels are doing it. I like to see how the sort of the YouTube, because there is a YouTube meta. And it does evolve every few years. It goes through a big change, and that's why I kind of think like I said earlier, I think we're at the beginning of a new one now. And I think it's those channels which are able to adapt to the meta are the ones that are able to flourish. So I do like to keep an eye on that kind of stuff very vaguely. I'm not very good at it, right? But very vaguely. But yeah, I think we've got some really good. For every, we've got 100. We've got hundreds of channels that are just so helpful, so kind, so helpful, so positive all the time. There's beef channels, there's hype channels, there's everything. Yeah. So but Joker, I appreciate the kind words, I do. But yeah, I agree with Hex and Vance. Well, we're spoiled for choice, really. Yeah. Zach Cash been liking Christian von Carmian's channel lately. He did a few hour-long videos on all the problems of the 11th edition errata rules, etc. Yeah, Christian von Carmian's on the up and up. He's definitely one of the rising 40k channels at the moment, and look, I'm a bit old school with this kind of shit. So I'm not the first person that's gonna like a VTuber kind of channel. I think I'm not going to get into it. It's probably just a generational thing, right? I'm fucking 33. Okay, it's probably that, right? But I like Christian von Carmian's channel. I do. I think he actually makes good content, and I think he's been making good content for a while now, and I think it's good that I'm starting to see him grow. I'm starting to see his content popping off. I'm hoping he's reaping the rewards of all of that. So yeah. I think it's. I'm glad to see. I'm hoping he's able to ride the waves, and if he's not already doing it full time, I'm hoping that if he does get a bit of growth, that he is able to go full time if that's something he wants to do. Yeah. Yeah, Paul is bad at stuff. Is probably... He's probably one of the best Warhammer channels out there at the moment. Yeah, he has seen a meteoric rise, and it's all deserved. He's got incredibly well... I find his tournament after action reports incredibly well edited, but not professional. Which is, again, I think there's a reason he is on the up and up, and I think there's a reason why he has. I think Paul is bad at stuff. Is a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about. The kind of content people are hungry for these days. Something that could be, there's still people who want like well edited content, but that. Still very human and relatable and down to earth, and I think Paul has really captured that. So I think he must, if he's not 100,000 subscribers already, he must be very soon. He might even be well past it at this point. Like I haven't, I don't keep track of everyone's sub count, but I know he was getting close to it towards the end of last year or 10th edition, whatever it might have been. So yeah, but I think he's done very well, and I think he deserves every bit of success that he's had. I think he does some very excellent content, very well done content. You think that Von Carmian's old? You think it's not an age thing from? I wasn't commenting on his age. I don't know how old he is because he's a VTuber. I have no idea, right? I don't know. Well, he's a count, so. He's a vampire, so he might be hundreds of years old, maybe thousands. Who knows? No, it was more of yeah, it wasn't really a comment on his age. It was more of a comment on my age, if that makes sense. Which is different. There's a difference there. Yeah, I think it's excellent. I've seen a lot of there's a lot of great 40k channels that and old world channels as well, and Konflikt 47 channels. There's a lot of wargaming channels that are really on the up and up, and it's it's excellent. So there you go. Mordian is balding. I'm actually not. I'm actually very all right up there. I need a haircut actually. Yeah, I'm very Zach Cash. I'm 37. I don't mind the VTuber thing. I just listen while I work. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to say it. All right, it's not all VTubers. It's the degenerate ones. It's we all know which ones. We all know which ones I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Like it. Yeah. Yeah. It's the so all VTubers. I don't think it's all VTubers. I think that 95% of VTubers give the other 5% a bad name. Yeah, and yeah. It's an age thing. It's yeah. I just look right. I'm not gonna get into it. I think said by a man that conducts Ludi with ice cream. Yeah, that's very true. Procopius. Right, I'm banning you again. Yeah. No. Like I said, I think the vast no, joke aside, I think the vast majority of people who do VTubing is totally fine. Like I really do, and I think I totally get it as well. There's definitely an element of wanting to protect your internet anonymity. There's definitely an element of yeah, maybe some people aren't comfortable being on camera. Like fucking yeah, I get that, man. Loads of people aren't. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not actually against VTubing as a whole, but there are some. I think my perception of it was warped by the first ones that I saw were particularly degenerate, and it definitely coloured my perception on it. And I'm holding those grudges and those biases forward. I imagine those prejudices forward. I imagine, yeah. But I'm getting better. Like I said, I think Christopher Carmian does very good content. Yeah, to be honest, he's the only VTuber that I've ever been able to stand for longer than 5 minutes. So yeah, and I've watched more than 5 minutes of his content. So yeah. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? Talzun, thank you for the super chat. MG, many Scion, much confused. Send help. Listen to discussion. All right, let's have a look. I'm not. Wait. What is this? A list for ants? Jesus, man. You don't make it easy. I'm doing this on a fucking laptop with a portable camera. Portable screen. Right, okay. Let me look at this. So, Tempesta's command squad. Melter gun, plasma gun. Medipack. You missed a special weapon. You should have you should have. Yeah, there's one guy there doing nothing. Yeah, same in every squad. So in a Scion squad, in a Scion command squad, all 4 guys can take special equipment. There's no point in leaving anyone without anyone not packing heat. Honestly, my recommendation is sack off the medipack and sack off the flagmate, because you're not going to be if you're playing your Scions right, they're not going to be around. If you play your Scions right, either the enemy will be tabled, at which point the OC doesn't matter, and you won't need to worry about bringing guys back, or or it's gone horribly wrong and you've all died, at which point you've been tabled. So I would take in every Scion command squad melter gun, plasma gun, hotshot volley gun, grenade launcher, and I take a plasma pistol on the guy. Fuck the command rod, don't need it. You're not gonna be around long enough. Yeah. So I'd take. I wouldn't foot bother with Vanguard honors at all. I would take priority drop beacon. Definitely wouldn't take a random Rogue or Dawn. Random Rogie D with no orders, bag of shit. Don't bother. I tell you what, mate. Fucking hard to disagree on the medic. It's so good. On Scions, Jacob Strong? I mean, if you want to drop the grenade launcher for a medic, I wouldn't be totally against it. I could be persuaded towards that, but I think on Scions, man, they're all going to fucking die, aren't they? Do you not think... I mean, this is 11th edition, man. They're going to drop in, absolutely brain some enemy unit, and then all get picked up with a dustpan and brush, aren't they? I mean, I'd be surprised if 15 guardsmen equivalent is going to be able to survive long enough to bring anyone back. Either they're going to get mashed to fuck in close combat by World Eaters and Emperor's Children and the like, or they're going to get blown off the table in a heartbeat by Tau. I mean, I can't see a reason why medics and Scions would work. Now, maybe, you know, medics inside Krieg blobs, with, you know, in a certain way, maybe then, maybe with some sort of objective-based chicanery, where you, like, regrow people onto the objectives to take them. Like, maybe I could see it there. But on Scions, I think they drop. I think they live fast. They die young, and I don't really think you're going to have much of an opportunity to grow them back. But what I would say is I'd play a few. I'm open to the concept of it. So yeah, I'm not totally dismissing it. If I play a few games, let me say this: I could very easily play a few games with them and go, I'm going to put the medibags in. Do you know what I mean? I'm starting from one position, but I'm keeping an open mind. I played 2 games with Necrons, 3 shots on the rifle. Still, I dropped 45 guys and cleaned the area, so they had no move in and kill the entire squad without losing LOS because you can position them well. I think I probably needed to be there to see it. I'm not blaming you, Jacob Strong. It's probably one of those things where I have to see it to really understand, like, where the dropping was, where the positioning was. But yeah, what are you saying? Like, you dropped 45 guys, cleared the enemy, and then the opponent didn't want to come out and oh, you're saying he wasn't able to clear all of you? Ah, okay, maybe. Maybe. I'd have to see the terrain, but I can see it. Medivacs give movement shenanigans? Yeah, I'm just, look, right, I just think if you're in Purge, if you're going to purge, that's kind of my thinking. Look, like I said, I'm open to the medibags. I'm open to them. I'm not completely against the concept of them. I would probably, personally, chuck more weapons in there. But, yeah. And I'd probably go for grenade launcher because it's a bit more punch. Strength 9, AP -2, like, that's not bad. Yeah. It's a very low opportunity cost over the grenade launcher. He couldn't nuke the entire 15 man, plus I had the reactive move from that recon 1 DP thing to help. Does that work? Sorry, I'm getting distracted, Talzan. Yep, let me finish your list first, then let me check that out. So, what I would do... I think you want to drop the Rogal Dawn. And I think there's a few Scion squads here that aren't fleshed out, that should be fleshed out. And I think, and ideally you'd have all Torx Primes, but if you don't own that many Torx Primes, I get it. Yeah, so the only thing I'd really suggest is make sure you're spending all the points wisely on your command squads. You make sure you're getting all the special weapons you can do, maybe a medibag, but at the very least 3 special weapons, right? And then I see some squads here that seem like they're not fully maxed out, and I definitely drop the Rogal Dawn to max them out. Yeah, that'd be my advice. But I think, honestly, man, I don't know why you're confused. You seem to, apart from the Rogal Dawn, I think you've built a pretty strong Scion list. Yeah, you've got Footloader Scions, dropping in Melter Plasma, got transports from the jump out of. Yeah, looks good to me, bro. Javo, thank you for the super chat, mate. My local game store owner was asking about bot action tanks in Konflikt. What should you look for when using bot action tanks? Konflikt loadout and tactics wise. So for me, it's all about the HE. I think in bolt action, I think in Konflikt, sorry, there's plenty of anti-tank available already. If you're the Axis, you've got rail cannons and grav guns. If you're the Americans, you've got Tesla for days. If you are the Brits, you've also got Tesla. But you've also got a lot of like mechs with like machine guns and flamers and stuff like that. With the Soviets, yeah, Soviets don't really. I mean, you've got your wub-wubs, right? You got your wub-wubs. But I think in bolt action, you're looking for HE. To be honest, I think cheap heavy howitzer carriers are very tasty. Yeah, because and the reason you're mostly taking them is because you want to because they're cheap and because they are if you go for like a Ho Ro, for example, for the Japanese, it's what, like 155 or 175 points. Yeah, it's not a lot. So yeah, cheap HE and autocannons. Cheap HE and autocannons is the way to go. For the Americans, A-tier analysis, fuck's sake, James Morris. For the Americans, I really like the M15. Is it the M15C motor gun carriage? So either the M15 or the M16. Okay, it's the one in Company of Heroes 2. It's also the one that's got the auto. It's got like the sort of open, sort of almost like castle basket looking turret, and it's got 250 cal machine guns, and it's got the heavy autocannon. That is particularly good. If I could recommend one for each faction, I'd recommend the Ho Ro for the Japanese. I'd recommend the M15 or 16 motor gun carriage. I would for the Americans. For the Soviets, I'm not sure for the Soviets. I don't know Soviet armor that well. I only ever really take T-34s. Maybe the KV-2? Maybe. Maybe. Whatever mobile heavy howitzer you can get for cheap, that one. For the Brits, okay, there's a couple of things I recommend for the Brits. For the Brits, I recommend the Sexton or Priest, whichever one it is. And I recommend the Centaur. Is it Centaur AA? It's a cheap light tank with double autocannon. But I definitely check its points next to that of the Humber armored car, because the Humber armored car, the K-47 one, that gets twin autocannon as well, and it gets computational systems. So if the Humber ends up being the same price as it, I'd get the Humber. If the Centaur AA is cheaper, I'd go for the Centaur AA. For the Axis, for the Axis, they've got so many weird and wacky and crazy things. As crazy it sounds, I kind of like the Panzer II for the Axis. Cheap autocannon, and it's in a plastic kit now as well. Maybe you go for the Lukes instead. But out of all the factions, I think the Axis need bolt action tanks the least. I think that covers everybody. Japanese, Soviets, Axis, British, Americans. Yeah. So yeah, basically cheap autocannons or cheap HMGs or cheap big AP. Big HE. That's it. That's what I recommend for bot action vehicles. Yeah. Is the artillery Panzer IV any good? The Panzer IV-A with the light howitzer. See, I've never used one in. See, I just don't think the Axis. I don't think the Axis need it as much, because I think if you're going to take a Panzer IV-A, do you know what you do? You just take a Panzer IV-X and go for the grav pulse, and it's just going to be infinitely better every time. Yeah. Yeah. I will say one thing around bolt action. I'll tell you one thing. It's a bit of a cheeky one, this. Here's one thing you want to consider for your bolt action tanks. How easy they are to kit bash over to Konflikt 47. Because, look, I love Warlord games. But some of those resin turrets are a little spenny. Alright? They look good, don't get me wrong. And there's something... And I've got plenty of them. You know, but even I, with my Shermans, when I was thinking of converting my Shermans over to Tesla Shermans, I used the Tesla Stuart turret instead, right? Like, because that's just way more effective, right? And I think it looks better with the big IR box as well. But one of the things you want to do with a lot of bot action tanks is to see if they have a like a Panzer IV. How easily can you turn that into a Panzer IV-X? Because if you've got a spare plasma cannon from like a Sentinel or an old Sentinel or something you're not using in your bits box, you know, you could buy the Puma X, or you could buy the regular Puma and convert that sucker up and save yourself what, like 13 quid, right? Yeah. So that's another thing that I would, you know, really consider. Like, I really like the look of the Humber Mark 7 or whatever it is, the one with the twin autocannon. I've got one. I think it looks sick. But I wouldn't blame anyone who went and bought the bolt action one instead, saved themselves about 13 to 15 pounds, and just said that the auto, you know, it comes with a single autocannon turret with a coaxial machine gun, and if they just said to their mate, "Oh yeah, this has got the twin autocannon," and the mate would go, "Yeah, that's fine," you know, that would be fine. That would be okay. Yeah. Yeah, like I think there's a few examples of that. Take a Puma, cut the barrel off, stick a las cannon on the end, rail Puma. Right? There's nothing wrong with making a kit going further. There's nothing wrong with, you know, intelligently, you know, there's nothing wrong with supporting a game intelligently. Like this is the thing. What I always used to do this with Warhammer 40k. Always, right? Like I always used to, you know, I'll buy one box of guardsmen because that comes with more grenade launchers and flamers and sergeants than I could use for a 10-man box, and then I'll buy you know, 2 or 3 boxes of the snap-fit conscripts. I've saved myself money, and I've ended up with, well, typically you could end up with like one box of regular guardsmen could get you a grenade launcher, a Voxcaster, a sergeant, a grenade launcher, a Voxcaster, a sergeant, a grenade launcher, a Voxcaster, a sergeant, and you still have one guy left over. So you could get, so yeah, if you bought that and then 4 boxes of the old snap fit guys, you saved a shitload of money on buying just 3 boxes of guardsmen. I was still supporting Games Workshop. I was just supporting them intelligently, and I advise that to anyone for Warlord as well, for Konflikt 47. Like, but again, there's nothing wrong with wanting the real kit, by the way. Like, even I'm still really tempted to get a couple of resin upgrade turrets for my Shermans, even after using the Stuart ones, because there's a list I've got that I want to run 2 Stuarts and 2 Tesla Shermans, right? Like I've got a bit of an armored mechanized list I want to run there. But yeah, so I'm still very much open to it, but there's nothing wrong with, you know, if with being smart with your money. Yeah, but it's one of those. This is my balancing act here. Is, you know, if you like a game, you should. If you like a game, you should support it. If you think it's worthy of your support, um, like outside of exceptional circumstances, I do think, like, you know, there's nothing. Here's a good example. There's nothing wrong with buying a plastic Sherman and then 3D printing a Tesla turret for it. Okay, that's an intelligent choice. There's nothing wrong with buying a box Style Trooper and then downloading a bunch of extra, you know, and then printing a bunch of extra STLs to make that Style Trooper box go a bit further. There's obviously nothing wrong with that, right? You've still bought the box, you've still supported the company, you've still done your bit. That's basically all you've done. It's just digital kit bashing in the new age, right? That's what it is, right? Um, but I personally would have a bit of an issue if, not issue like I'd ever say something, but I think there is a slight issue if you really like a game and you're a big champion of that game and then you just 3D print everything. Yeah, you 3D like even even me, you know, even my feelings towards Games Workshop. The vast majority of my stuff in Old World, which is a game that I love, is plastic. The vast majority. Yeah. Like all my orcs and goblins, all my Bretonians, all my beastmen, they're all plastic. And it's only my Empire and my dwarves which aren't in plastic, and the only reason they weren't in plastic is they weren't available at launch. If they had been available at launch, I would have bought them in plastic. That's it. And even then, I still have like legitimate plastic models in my Empire army. I have legitimate plastic cannons. I've got a legitimate steam tank and everything. Yeah. So I think that's the best balance. There's no difference to me. There's no difference in kit bashing a plastic Sherman. There's no difference to me in taking a plastic Sherman and kit bashing the turret to have a Tesla cannon or 3D printing it. It's the same thing, right? But you should have the base kit in many ways. Yeah, in many ways. Like I said, only exception I feel to that is if something just isn't available, like it's just not made by the company. Like at that point, it's free real estate. Yeah, yeah. But we've got next Commander HHL. Thank you for the super chat. As an officer in the Penal Legion, can I keep him for 24 hours? Someone needs to clean Tiki's cage. I mean, sell. That was from Von Vogelberg, wasn't it, Commander HHL? Yes. He is released into your custody, and you are responsible for him now. If he gets banned again, you're getting banned as well, Commander HHL. There you go. There you are. All right. Prep Cook Survive. Thank you for the 3 months. Lobbying for Cosmic to immediately ban him on re-entry. Cosmic time him out for 10 seconds. Just a little 10-seconder. Just a little 10-seconder, you know, just for the joke. Just a little 10-seconder. Oh my god. There we go. Mercy is the mark. Commander HHL goes with him too. That's true. That's true. All right. Remember, we believe in democracy here. Lobbying is very important. Mercy is the mark of a great man. Bans him the first time. I guess I'm a good man. Bans him the second time. I'm alright. Oh man. King Hazard, thank you for the super chat. Tested and it's working. List in stream discussion. Alright, let's have a look, bro. Let's have a look. Um, all right, let's have a look. And none of us are great men. We are the rest. Exactly. Exactly. King Hazard, Element Glory. I swapped out some of the scions for horse thieves. The 3-1 DP listed surprisingly well against Taken Hold Custodies. 87, 83. I'm guessing that's to you. Very interesting. Von Vogelberg, we were just goofing. So we can time people out rather than banning them. We can time people out. And just because someone before, when we were going, I was a bit late to the super chat when we were going through the whole unbanning procedure. Someone had done a super chat to say when the moment you were unbanned, Cosmic should ban you. And so I just said, do a 10-second timeout as a joke. That was it. That's why it's only a 10-second one. It was only meant as a bit of a meme. Okay, let's have a look at this list here. All right. Catcher Command Squad, Commissar, Gaunt's Ghosts, Tempest Command Squad, Commissar Jungle, Catcher and Jungle Fires, 5-man Scion Squad, 10-man Scion Squad with the guy attached. Couple of Tauroxes, couple of Attilan Rough Riders. Is that 3 squads of Borgren or 2? I think it's 3. And then a squad of Death Riders, a squad of Kazakin, another squad of Kazakin, 2 Kree Combat Engineer squads, 3 Scout Sentinels, Aquilans. Very interesting. I find your lack of remove cover quite bold, but not totally unwarranted. I mean, after all, Scions are getting +1 to hit, which is basically like ignores cover. And there you're really real shooting in your army. Everything, the Kazakin also can give themselves take aim, which is basically ignores cover. And the Bulgrin and the cavalry and the engineers don't really care. Yes, I agree with Paolo Thomas though. Thompson's though. I worry how you'd fare into Knights. That's my concern. 2 squads Bulgrin, that's fine. 2 squads is fine. I do worry how you'd fare into Knights. I think it's interesting. It's interesting how well you did into Custodes. I do wonder. And I would appreciate some feedback from the front lines from you, King Hazard. How impactful was the AP-1 on the hotshot weapons? Because one of the things that I've always struggled with, one of the factors I've always consistently struggled with is Custodes. Since 8th edition, I just find I can never grind through that goddamn 2+4 up. But I am wondering, with how much AP1 is now in the game, do they kind of fall over much more readily? Yeah, I am curious about that. I'm guessing fights first didn't screw you too much either. Yeah, I'm guessing fights first didn't screw you too much either. There's definitely a few I should be back again. Yeah, sorry, my headset turned off. Where were we? So, what have we got next? Wait, people, am I back? Can people hear me again? Or is it gone? Maybe it's the laptop's overheating. Hey, you. Yes, good girl. Okay, sound's back again. All right. Still need to get the new ice pack anyway, so. Yes, there we go. So yeah, going back to sorry, King Hazard. I need to follow up on a couple of bits. Wasn't totally clear. Just the medium of text. So first question I have: when you say the amount of melee was wild, do you mean in your list? Do you mean in the game in general? When you say it was wild, did you find it was effective? Or did you find it was just the concept that you had so much melee in your guard army was like new? Because that's not traditionally somewhere guard goes. That's my first question. Like, just expand on the melee being wild bit, and expand on the AP-1 being wild. Like how was it very effective? Yeah, they kind of do, but I'll be honest, fights first didn't matter. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah. See, I'm very curious. It's a brave new world out there in 11. So I'm very willing to get as much feedback as possible from the from my fellow commanders on the front lines. Although I feel like King Hazard might be slightly behind on the stream, but that's fine. He'll get the answer. He'll get the questions, and then we'll pick them up when he gets them. Yeah, because it's an interesting list, that one. It's very guard armies are so bitty these days, aren't they? And that's not really. I don't think I'm shitting on you, King Hazard. I'm really not. It's like here's a handful of engineers and a handful of cavalry and a handful of Bulgrin, and you know what I mean? It's lots of like little bits. It's lots of little bits. And I'm so used to guard armies being like 100 infantry, 5 tanks, artillery, go. Like guard armies do feel very bitty, and my lists are exactly the same. My lists are very similar, very bitty, and I kind of miss the more meaty lists of 10th. Well, not just 10th, but of previous iterations of playing guard. In the game, in general, but in the list, I play a lot of other armies too. There were turns I just didn't fire. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think guard can melee. I think we can. I think we can melee a lot more effectively than people expect us to. I mean, I think we built a list the other day that what was it? 18 Bulgrin, 20 Death Watch, 5 Grey Knight Terminators, and like 40 Cavalry and Dreer, and it was some mad. And it was like we looked at it and went, "Yeah, that's actually quite a good melee list." It might have even been 60 cavalry in Dreer, but yeah, that's actually quite a good melee list. But that's what all guard. But to me, it's like it's not where's the infantry, where are the tanks? Like it's not a guard army, it's a National Militarum army. Yeah. King Hazard, thank you for super chat. The engineers did so well. Score sheet in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I know I'm doing them slightly out of sequence, but let's have a look. I'm just whilst we're on topic, right? So 87, 83. This is your opponent. Let's look at your one. So maxed out primary on recon sweep. And secondaries, you were fairly consistent. You didn't score any turn 1. Scored a couple turn 2. Scored... No, sorry. Didn't score any turn 1. Scored 1 turn 2. Scored 2 turn 3. Scored 2 turn 4. Scored 2 turn 5. But I'm guessing you drew Burden of Trust early. Is it in order? So you drew these two first, then these two, then these two, then these two, then these two, whatever it might be. Okay. So you didn't get Grievous Blow until did you draw Grievous Blow turn 2, but didn't score it till turn 5? Very interesting. Very much shows off how you can holding on to the secondaries makes a big difference. Yeah. Overwhelming Force, you drew on what looks like turn 2 and scored at turn 3. Defense Stronghold, you drew on turn 2 but didn't score it till turn 4. Interesting. Did you go back and cap it or something? By enemy lines, you drew on turn 3, got turn 3. Tempted target, you didn't ever get. I think you binned that one off, I'm guessing. Assassination, you got turn 4, drew on turn 3. And then there's a lot you didn't get. No secure no man's land, no beacon, no center ground, and then just a cheeky outflank at the end. I'm guessing you must have been pretty... For you not to be able to get secure no man's land or beacon, because they're both... You must have been on your fucking dregs at that point. It looks like that you were on the fucking dregs by the end, just because I'm guessing you never got near center ground because he probably had some big fuck off brick of custodies just there, just farming the center. Beacon is that's the old deploy teleporter homer as well, isn't it? So yeah, center ground's area denial. Beacon is the old deploy teleporter homer. And then secure no man's land. I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get it for holding your home objective. Not your home, your natural expansion. Or at that point, was he all over it? Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like you were able to win by just taking loads. And this is good play, by the way. So I'm not. So some guard players will turn their nose up at this. I am not one of them. It looks like you took a very bitty list and then you focused on primary and secondaries. And so you weren't, like you said, sometimes you weren't even shooting. It was just complete the mission kind of thing. And some guard players will be like, no, that's not why I play the guard. I play the guard to crush them. Well, I cannot crush with words. I crush with the tanks of the Imperial Guard. Like, I get it, right? And there's definitely a little bit of sharp in all of us. Like, you lost the king's colours, all that kind of, you disgraces it, all that that kind of stuff. But forgot beacon. It was 92, not 87. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I was surprised you didn't get beacon because I figured you'd be in his deployment zone. You would have got 5 points for that, but I didn't question it, But the thought did go through my head. But yeah, no, it's interesting. So you took a very, and bitty sounds like I'm being disparaging, and I'm not being disparaging at all. You took an MSU list. You took guard MSU. And it seemed to have, more than seems to have paid off. So, very, very well played. Very, very well played indeed. It's a scary new world for us guard players, and there are going to have to be, presuming that GW doesn't give us some different. I will say this. I hope that Games Workshop allows us to take some meaty lists, but if they don't, we are going to have to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Yeah. It's based off this we talked about before with loads of Scions. Nice. Yeah. See, the funny thing is, if I was to go, I've been building a Scion list myself recently, and if I was to go mass Scions, bro, I would go full drops, full purge. Yeah, that's where my mind's at. Full purge, full drops. The one you lambasted on stream. Well, to be fair, I'm not surprised I lambasted on stream. I have to admit, mate, I don't really remember, and that's just simply because at the beginning of edition, I get probably half a dozen to a dozen lists to review every stream, which I'm glad to do it, right? But I'm getting ones for like Space Marines and shit as well. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not surprised I lambasted it because it's a very bitty list. It's a very MSU list, and my brain just isn't particularly wired that way. But I can recognize, but I can see how a list would achieve what it would. I can see your list, I can see your score, I can see, put the two and two together and see how it worked. So I'm not surprised I lambasted it because it plays sort of antithetical to the way that I like to play and the way that I like to think. But I'm also having seen the result of it and seen it in action. I'm not afraid to say it looks like the plan you had for it worked. Like I'm not afraid to say that this particular instance perhaps I was wrong, because at the end of the day it's called having an open mind. It's called and it's the beginning of the edition. We need to be taking this kind of feedback on board and everything. Now I do, like I said, I still have some concerns about the list. I think against things like knights you could struggle. You can't. There are some armies you can't just dance around. Custodies, to a greater or lesser extent, I think you can. But there are certain armies I don't think you can dance around. So I'm not saying you couldn't possibly win with the list. Obviously, you have won with it. But I also think that I still stand by my assessment of I think the list might have a flaw or two. All right. Yeah. Oh, it's a far cry from my end of 8th. Here's all my conscripts come at me, bro list. Yeah. And if I have a personal preference, I have a bias, and I'm more than willing to die on the hill of I would rather have a meaty guard list than an MSU guard list. I think guard is about the meat. I'm not saying look, we're the guard, right? We are the guard. We're always going to be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome. No one can do that better than us. I firmly believe that. Okay, I believe that out of every single faction in Warhammer 40k, the guard and our community is the one that has had to adapt the most over the last three or 4 years. I think we've had to adapt from losing key units like veterans and conscripts, and then we've had to adapt to losing all of our Forge World shit, and then we've had to adapt to, and that's before we even get to having to adapt to every single balance patch, nerfing something. I mean, Rogel Dawn started out at like 230 points or something insane, and we're now up to like 275 or some crazy bollocks. Right, like we have had to adapt and adapt and adapt. Our infantry, Scion started out at 50 points, they're now at like 85 points. Like we have had to adapt more than anyone else. So I am absolutely under no, more than Tau, more than Marines, more than anyone. I think we've had to pivot over the last few years, and I will say this, look, I think that even after everything, I think Guard will always be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome. We'll always find a game-winning formula. We'll always find something that can work. But that doesn't mean that we have to be happy with the way that we're being forced to play if we want to have a goddamn snowball's chance in hell. I engineers with 30 points, exactly. I got into the guard for big, meaty lists. I didn't get into the guard for MSU. And I resent the fact that I fucking resent the fact that it feels there is this. I resent the fact there's a cabal of competitive players that seem to have the ear of Games Workshop, and that they seem to be twisting our faction into something that is their plaything, rather than respecting the identity of our faction. Like, I don't like that to be competitive we have to run Astra Militarm, not Imperial Guard. Yeah. I don't like that. And I don't think that, and I don't care if you tell me like how, oh, you know, I don't care about being good. I don't care about being good. Semi-playable is good enough for me. I care about how my faction feels. I care about my faction's identity. That's what I care about more. Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. And every fucking guard player here right now, every dyed-in-the-wool Imperial Guard, not Astra Militarm, every dyed-in-the-wool Imperial Guard veteran, whether you're a greenhorn who's just signed up or been conscripted, or whether you're a fucking crotchety grognard veteran, I'm going to say something that every single one of you motherfuckers is going to back up and is going to agree with. I wouldn't give a shit if the guard win rate was 28%. I wouldn't give a shit if we were the bottom faction of 11th edition if it felt like we were playing guard. It's not about the win rate. If I could rock up with waves of infantry, squadrons of tanks, and batteries of artillery, and not feel like a fucking idiot for doing so, I'd happily fucking lose every single game. And to feel like my army was rewarded for playing that. Not even rewarded. My army just fucking functioned playing that way. My army just fucking functioned playing that way. But the thing is, because someone will say, well, why don't you do that then? Like, okay, I'll tell you why I don't do that, mate. Because my orders don't fucking work. Because of fucking battle shock. I'll tell you why I don't do that. Because it's not like I'm rocking up with 100. I'm rocking up with a platoon of infantry, and there's just like a platoon of cheap conscripts. Why the fuck would I take a platoon of? Why the fuck would I take a platoon of infantry when fucking Ogrins are cheaper? How have we got to the world where one of what's meant to be our elite choices is now cheaper than one of our battle line choices? Do you see what I mean? I've given you just like 2 examples off the cuff, and let me tell you, there's a lot more than that. But 2 examples. My army rules, I have to feel like I'm fighting against my own fucking army rules, / the core rules, and I have to feel like I'm an idiot because I'm taking stuff which is just obviously the inferior, is obviously the overcosted choice. Yeah. Yeah. Paolo Thompson, but Mordian, that 28% reflects exactly that. People don't take 80 Borgans super heavies. The thing is not to punish them for doing so. Dude, I totally agree. That 28%, You know those 15 guard players who only got 28% between them? Those are the most beautiful bastards. Those are the real heroes. Those are the real guardsmen. Because they definitely turned up to tournaments with proper guard armies and they got fucking smoked for doing so. They're the ones. They're the ones holding the fucking line. They're the ones carrying the torch. They're the ones preserving the identity of the faction. They're better than me. I'm out there fucking being a Jedi running 18 Borgans. They're the real ones. They're the ones holding the line against frightful odds. They're the ones performing the forlorn hope. They're the ones performing the final stance. Yeah. So it's not that the thing is that 28. The thing is those people that are losing every game and getting 28% as a collective. The problem is that they're running their armies and they're not having, and it's not right. It doesn't feel right. Guard players have never had a problem with losing. We've always just wanted our faction to feel right. That's it. Just give me the infantry corps back, GW. It can all be fixed. All they need to do is fix the infantry corps. That's it. That's all they need to do. And the people that want to run the fucking get good lists, they can go and fuck off and do that. I don't give a shit. But you can have your fun, and I can have my fun. And I want to have my fun with a lot of fucking infantry. And I can't take a lot of infantry right now. Because, oh, it's only 10 points per blob. No, it's not 10 points per squad, you fucking cretin. It's 20 points per blob. And if I'm taking 5 or 6 blobs of these things, as I am wont to do, as is my right as a guard player, that's 120 points out my list. I challenge anyone. I challenge anyone to be given a 120 point nerf on one single part of their list and to still be feeling like they can handle, to still feeling like they're alright. Yeah. What other super chats have we got here? We got some other ones coming in. I've gone hot. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat. I need help going all in on bolt action. Need advice for discussion. Want to only buy once and cover everything. Why? Why not just... Okay. Is this enough to cover everything about action? Can I just make some dudes airborne and some rangers and some marines, even though it's an army starter set? Or do we need to get special weapon teams from each faction to cover that? I'm trying to buy the most versatile army. Cool. Okay. Okay, so... First thing to be aware of is this is on pre-order. So if you buy all of this at the same time with this, it won't ship until the pre-order is ready to go. So you still, I recommend at the very least taking this one out and then, but then buying it, literally do one order and then immediately do the second order with that. Okay, so that's the first thing. Secondly, I mean, yeah, you got a shitload, man. You got an absolute shitload. So the thing is, you definitely have stuff for airborne and army. I don't think you've got anything really for like... I don't think you've got anything for marines there, and I think kind of the reason for that is because you've gone for a lot of winter stuff. So I think what you're trying to achieve can be achieved, but you're never going to. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't feel like you're going to find anyone wandering around Okinawa in a trench coat for the Marines, right? And so there's a certain element of don't get me wrong. You can fucking take a squad and say that's a Marine squad if you want, But you are going to have you can do that, right? It's your models. Do what the fuck you want. But I think you'd find that much easier to do. Like literally, you could say one game my whole army's Marines, next game my whole army's Rangers, next game my whole army's Airborne, right? I think all you need to do is just look at the non-winter stuff. So you could everything that you found here, you could do exactly the same thing again, just not in winter. Like if you just look through the Warlord website, you will find 50 cal machine gun team, not winter. You will find 3-inch anti-tank gun, not winter. You will find US Army HQ, not winter. So you could, yeah, that's fine. Now, one thing I would say is the heavy weapons for the Americans. Okay, yeah, I could let me just give you some advice. Okay, so the heavy weapons like the mortars and the 50 cals and the 30 cal machine guns, they're all coming in plastic. So you could get those, but they're not going to be in plastic until like August. But they're coming. They're on pre-order right now. Okay, and you probably want them in plastic. So there's that. Secondly, the 3-inch anti-tank gun, that's going to be made out of metal and resin. It's probably going to be a bit of a pig. Again, that's the heavy anti-tank gun. The medium anti-tank gun, which is perfectly serviceable, is on pre-order and it's in plastic. Both situations, I would go for the plastic version. Okay. Now, the 77mm light artillery, that is in metal, but I can personally attest to having built one of those, and they're fine. It's a pretty straightforward build. Couple of wheels, basically a couple of wheels, the carriage, and the gun. So you won't have a problem with that one. The bazooka teams, they are, you get plastic bazookas. So you get plastic bazookas in both the winter, in basically any of the bolt action infantry, plastic, any of the American infantry, you get plastic bazookas. Okay, so the winter guys, what they fit in K-Foot, so the only reason I picked them will go with every time to buy. All right. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to throw some shit at you, alright? Nothing bad, don't worry. Okay. Oh, you bastard. Nope. Right, there we go. Oh, hey, McCon, thank you for the poo emoji, mate. So, the big question... So, the first thing to understand, Ishmael, is that you're probably only ever going... In a standard game of bolt action, you're probably only ever going to need 30 or 40 infantry. So, it's entirely possible to get all the infantry you need for the Marines, and then for the Airborne, and then for the Army. So, you don't... For 700 quid, $700, you could get everything you need for all three of those armies without having to have any counts as whatsoever. Okay, but I can get it. I can get it you way less, like way fucking less. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to US and rest of the world so I can add it up accurately for you. Ah, they've taken the old US Starter Army off sale. That's fine though. It wasn't as good as the new one. Okay. So basically, what if you're open to this idea, we've got some new terrain coming. Oh, sick. What I want to do is not build you one army that encompasses everything. I want you to have 3 distinct armies. Because in bolt action, it's not like 40k. There's no meta to chase. You can go full still mania on this bitch. Okay, you can go. I've got my 1250 point bolt action army, and then you fucking lock that shit away, and it's good, right? You don't need to. You're not like I have my Japanese army that I bought. I think it was about 10, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. Probably 7 years ago at this point. I've never had to add a model to it. It still works absolutely fine. All right, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, let's get you a marine army. Let's get you a an airborne army. Let's get you a ranger army, and then we can have some crossover with the vehicles. So if you ever want to, so they're not completely still mania, but like we get your infantry corps for each army sorted out, and then we have some cross compatibility with the tanks and maybe some of the weapon teams between them. Okay, okay. So I want this, this, this. Okay. I then want this. And then I want this. Maybe this. I mean, these models are the best models, man. But we could probably just get away with a platoon box. And then some more of those heavy weapons. Ah, but we kind of want the pack howitzer. Okay. Don't worry, I'm putting it together. I'm putting it together for you, bro. So you've got the D-Day starter army here, but I actually just want the platoon box, I think. But I'll get both and see. Okay, so maybe that one would be better, and that would be better. Okay, fuck off. Right. So this right here, this right here, the Stars and Stripes US Starter Army. That's your US Army done. US Army / Rangers done. One box and done. This is a really, really, really solid starter army. Okay, you're going to get all the basic infantry you need. You're going to get 2 of the mainstay plastic tanks of the Americas. You can never go wrong with a Sherman. You can never go wrong with a Greyhound. Okay, and then you're also going to get plenty of heavy weapon teams. You're going to get 50 cows for days. You're going to get and you're going to get an extra anti-tank gun. So this is a one and done. This is a one and done situation. I'm looking at the marine one now. Is there a picture of it all? That's a bit annoying. Honestly, I don't think we go for this one, man. It's just a bunch of US classic marine infantry and a bunch of metal shit on top of it. The only thing, I mean, yeah, I think you'd be better off going for a platoon of US Marine infantry. Yeah, definitely better. Yeah. Okay, I got this. Okay. Fuck Semper Fights. We don't want that box set. We want this instead. Okay, yeah, this is good. Okay. And then we want this. I'm just going to look at this. So, this is going to be metal weapon teams. You just don't want the metal weapon teams, man. Like, there's no reason to get... Now the plastic ones are available. There's just no reason to get these metal ones. So the only reason you'd get these sort of metal and resin ones is simply because the sculpts are slightly more in line with these basic infantry. But what I'm thinking, mate, from 2 feet on a table, you're not going to see the difference. A machine gun team bedded down in a hedge, lying prone, you're not going to see a difference. You're going to see a difference with your infantry guys running around the battlefield, right? But I'm not sure you're going to, considering these are all metal resin, I'm not sure you're going to get great value for money. So my thinking is something like this. Again, I was tempted by this one, but basically just because of the plastic lever, we can get that separately. Yeah. So my thinking is, right. I think we go for a platoon of D-Day, because these are probably the best American infantry sculpts, man. They're so good. I wouldn't be surprised if you got more of these. We go for a platoon of the D-Day. We go for a platoon of the Marines, because the Marines do have like, they do look a bit different, and they get like shotguns and stuff on the sprues, which is why you want them. So we go for a platoon of the Marines. Also, you get like the frog skin camo, which is really cool. And then we basically go for the Stars and Stripes starter army. Okay. Now at that point, if Ishmael, if we're okay with basically using these weapon teams, which are going to look like US Army weapon teams, but if we're okay of using, if we paint everything up with matching basing, I don't think there can be any problems with this. If we paint, if we're okay with using those weapon teams in whatever army we're running, whether it's Marines or Airborne or Rangers, we're kind of good, man. Like, at that point, you just get... At that point, what I would recommend is some extra 32mm round bases, so you can build some extra weapon teams out of it. And maybe some other weapon teams to season. But, these models aren't that different to the other Marines. So if you're found like, oh, I need an extra SMG... As long as you've got matching basing, just take an SMG from the regular army, chuck it in your Marine squad. No one will fucking notice the difference. Yeah. So I think what you want on top of that, I think we do want a pack howitzer. No, it's not going to come up like that, is it? Is it 75mm? Yeah, okay. US Army, I mean, you could go for a pack howitzer. They're okay. Yeah, they're alright. But to be honest, you'll end up with double mortar. I probably wouldn't bother with the pack howitzer if you're going to have... Because you can get, right? So here's the thing. You can get from the heavy weapon box that comes in the in the starter army, in the starter army, you get 2 sprues of heavy weapons. So that means you're getting 4 50 cal machine guns, 2 medium machine guns, and 2 medium mortars. I've never had to run a bot action where I needed more than 2 medium mortars. So I don't think you even need the pack howitzer. So the only thing that you and also you get all your bazooka teams and stuff from the plastic infantry that we've talked about. So the only thing that you might want to go for is I think a lone 57mm anti-tank gun on its own, I'd take 2. I'd either take none or I'd take 2. And I'd definitely get an extra one. And the reason being is if you're playing airborne, there is going to be an element of you might not want to take any tanks if you're running airborne, because the idea is they're the airborne, so they don't get tanks, right? So there's a little bit of that going on. So I'd take 2 of these, and I definitely have them for your airborne for sure. Now, after that, it's whatever tanks you want. Yeah. Whatever tanks you want. You could, and maybe some officers. So one of the things you might find you're short on is like officers and stuff. So how much are we on right now? We're on 316. Okay. Let's go for some. Let's go. They're not expensive. Let's go for some US officers. Okay. Because we want to have some spare plastic infantry to do weapon team crews and stuff, right? So, sort by low to high. That's fine. Don't need the bazooka because you're going to have plastic bazookas. You don't really need the forward observer team. I'll put one to one side. Which one looks cooler? Well, we're not going to get both, but we'll pick one which looks cooler. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, hey, Damn Legion, thank you for the super sticker, mate. Appreciate it. Let's go for these guys are cool as fuck. Let's go for one of them. I think 2 sets of officers would probably be enough. I think we might have gone past them now. I think my computer's chugging slightly. It's definitely chugging. Streaming and loading all on the website. It can't handle it. Right, okay, let's go back here. I'm surprised there's not a US Marine Corps like officer thing, but it might be tied up inside. Oh, there's a Marine Corps HQ. I just fucking missed it like an idiot. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Oh, I do like those ones. We might add them in. Yeah, because you've got your weapon team sorted. Okay, let's have a look. I wouldn't bother with them. I would bother with them for sure. Spotter, platoon commander right there. And then I'm looking. Those are kind of old models. Those are pretty cool though. Yeah, we'll go for those ones. Okay, close that. Close that. Close that. You don't need more than one medic, that's the thing, and we just got a medic, didn't we? Yeah. So we should have plenty of command units now. Yeah. Let's have a look. Six. Okay. Yeah, so that's given us all the officers that we need, for sure. For sure. Again, you can have cross-compatibility of officers, that's fine. So basically, dude, that's what I would get. That's going to give you like 100 infantry, which is more than enough to get all the weapon teams like sorted out. You're going to have 100 infantry, 8 weapon teams, 2 artillery pieces, all the officers you could need, and you are going to have 2 of the anti-tank as well. So honestly, at that point, you're looking at whatever tanks you wanted. Like literally, whichever ones you wanted. Just go through, pick out your favorite ones. Isn't it better to make the officers from the infantry box so you can give them pistols, cigarettes, cups of coffee, maybe? So I thought about that, but each one of those boxes of infantry is going to be trying to make the main squads, and some of them are going to be used already to make the extra heavy weapon teams when you think about it. So I figured we were probably already a little short on plastic infantry. So there is one thing that is worth mentioning, Ishmael, is instead of getting all those little officers, you could just get another box of like infantry and then use all of those, use that, but then I think you're up to like 120 fucking infantry. I just don't think you need that many. I don't think you need that many at all. Yeah, I don't think so. No, I think you're probably better off doing it that way. So yeah, and then at that point, mate, buy whatever tanks you want. So you've got your officers sorted, you've got your anti-tank guns sorted, you've got your infantry sorted, you've got your weapon team sorted, and you've got basically 3 distinct armies. And it's going to be pretty much all in plastic, bar only a little bit of it. Yeah. And you're going to have plenty to crack up. If you spent the remaining money on tanks, whatever tanks you wanted, you couldn't go wrong with that. The Easy 8 kit's fantastic if you want a good recommendation. Yeah, there you go. That's going to basically get you. So basically what you're going to do is when you're playing your Marines, you get your Marine Corps infantry out, and then you get your cross-compatible weapon teams and tanks, and you're good to go. Then when you want to run the airborne, you take the Marine Corps infantry out, and you get your airborne infantry, and you put them in, and you're good to go. And when you're running the US Army, you take the airborne infantry out, you take the US Army infantry, put them in, and you're good to go. So that way you're getting you'll have enough flexibility with the tanks and the weapon teams and stuff, so that it doesn't feel like the same army every time. So like when you're running the airborne, maybe you take the infantry and the weapon teams, but instead of the tanks, you put those 2 anti-tank guns in. Now you're running a pure infantry airborne army. Sick. When you're running the Marines, maybe you go, okay, let's go for the Marines, but instead of like 50 cal teams, we'll have 30 cal teams, and we'll put different tanks in there based on whatever tanks you've taken. Maybe you go something like LVTs and something. And when you're going for the army, it's like, okay, we're going basic infantry, we're going 50 cal machine guns, we're going Shermans, as fucking red, white, and blue American as we can. Boom. So what I've given you is the foundation. I would recommend you do get. So I do recommend you get some extra tanks, whatever you want. Yeah, but I do recommend you get some extra tanks on top of that. All right. And I think that will allow you to run Marines, Airborne, and Army, especially Rangers. And Rangers, technically you'll be able to do Army and Rangers because they are separate. So you're kind of getting 4 in 1 with that. And it's not just going to be 4 in 1. It's going to be visually on the tabletop. What I like about it is it's going to give you some opportunity, because I've seen your painting. You're pretty good at painting, right? Or if you want to get it commission painted, you can do as well. I know you do a bit of that as well. But what that's going to allow you to do is to have a visually looking different army every time. Like if you go all in on those Marines and you get the frog skin camo done and you load them up with like shotguns and shit like that, they're going to really feel, and they're going to look like Marines. They're going to fucking feel like Marines. And for the Airborne, they're gonna look distinctive with those. I went for the early war Airborne uniforms because they're much more distinctive. I say early war. It's 1943 to 1944. It's still totally legit, right? But they're going to look distinctive on the battlefield. They're not going to look like regular US Army troops. They're going to look distinctive with the green patches and stuff, right? And the brassards. And then for the regular army, they're going to look like regular army troopers as well. So I think I've tried to go to that. Even though you're swapping out the core of the army, every time it's going to feel and look distinctive, and I think that's going to work really well. And yeah, I agree with Paolo. By the way, if you're looking for some recommendation, American tanks, Easy 8 and the Hellcat, 2 amazing places you can go. Yeah. All right. Hope that helps, mate. Also, one thing you might want to chuck in, if you can find a flamethrower team, but I think they only sell them in these little weapon team boxes, and I don't think it's worth it. You're basically spending a lot of money to get one flamethrower team. You don't need flamethrowers. Flamethrowers are cool, but you don't need them. If you could, like, at that point, if you could snag a couple off, like, eBay or something, I'd do that. Yeah. Nice. Dude, happy to help. Thank you for support, and I appreciate using the affiliate link as well, man. All right. Yeah, that will basically, you will complete your Americans if you do that. Yeah. All right, what did we... Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Commando HHL, thank you for the super chat. Broody Garth has a list for review. We'll wait and wait. Okay, I'm gonna do. Oh wow, I've got a few super chats to catch up on. All right. Broody Garth, are you still here? Where is it for review? Is it in regular chat or is it in? Let's have a look. Oh, howdy. Would you be interested in reviewing my 1,000 point list I've just built? Of course, mate. Do you want to send it to my email? If you're still here? If you're still here, mate, if you're still here, send it to my email. I don't know if you've already done so. I'll have a look. You might have done it already. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you're still here. If you're still here, put it in. I've got my email address in the description below. Check that out. Send it to that, and I'll pick it up and I'll review it. All right. What do we got next? King Hazard, thank you for super chat. One reason I walked away from the WTC comp. What? That armies didn't feel like armies anymore? Yeah. Totally agree, man. Totally agree. Like I like to play, and I like to win. But I like to play on my terms, and I like to win on my terms. Okay. And the funny thing is, some people might say, "Well, the game doesn't revolve around you, Mordin," and I would say, what I'm asking for is very mainstream. It's very mainstream. Yeah, all I'm asking for is fucking whatever you call it, infantry and tanks. Pretty good. I tried to email it, but it said the email wasn't valid. I'll have a look.
Fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
That one is valid, mate. mordianglorytv@gmail.com. The one in the description is the one to use. It is valid. It's still live. It's still getting emails in from it and everything. So, yeah. So yeah, it is. It is still valid. Yeah. So just copy and paste it from the description. You should be okay. I'm so happy to review it, man. You just have to get it over to me. Yeah. If it doesn't work again, then just give me the brief overview of it in just chat. You can just type it out. Like say 2 times 20 Catachans, 1 times Exterminator, whatever it might be, right? Like just type it out. Doesn't matter if it goes over a couple of messages. I can pick it up that way. Yeah. Yeah, King Hazard. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree with your super chat, mate. I do. Mr. Morden, thank you for super chat, mate. As a non-guard player, my armies don't feel like thematic lore armies anymore. They feel like watered down MSV versions of what they once were. Depressing. Yep, I get it, man. It's like they're caricatures of themselves. And do you know what? It's because the people who are making the decisions are competitive players. A competitive player doesn't care about the soul of an army, doesn't care about the identity of a faction, just doesn't care. Does not give a flying fuck about that. Doesn't even register with them. They don't even. It's not. They don't. They can't imagine it. They don't get it. To them, it's just a game that they want to win at. They don't play models, only data sheets. Yep. So many. Yeah, it's the reason your armies are starting to look less and less like their faction's identity is because the people that are playing them don't register with the identity of the faction. They just see it as, well, this combination of units is really good, so why wouldn't you run that? Because I didn't get into the fucking guard for 18 Bulgrim, bro. Right? Yeah, Mr. Morden, I totally agree, man. What happened to the Legion? What happened to the hordes of conscripts? What happened to the unending swarm of Tyranids? What happened to the Space Marine Demi Company? What happened to it? What happened to the horde of demons? Why is every demon army just 4 big demons running around now? What happened? Very, very, very few armies look on the tabletop how they are described in the lore. Alright, let's have a look at this list. Chaplain in, so it's a Deathwatch army. My. A bold choice, sir. Chaplain in Terminator armor. A lieutenant in Phobos armor. 5 Deathwatch veterans, 5 Deathwatch terminators, 3 eliminators, 3 eliminators, infiltrators, suppressors, vindicare assassins. Okay, so thank you for the list. It's a cool list. It's a cool list, and Deathwatch are exceptionally cool. I guess my main concern is like, what's your anti-tank? Like, I don't feel like there's much in the way of anti-tank. If someone rocked up with even a single Lehman Russ, a single repulsor, I feel like you would struggle into it. So it's a very, 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 very cool thematic list. I love the idea of all the snipers. I love the idea of it being Deathwatch. I love the idea of it being all about infiltrating and sneaky beaky. I love all of that. And I think it has, a lot of angles covered. But I think I think you still need to make sure you've got all your army's capabilities. And one of those is you need when I say anti-tank, I mean like anti-big monster, knights, tanks, anti-vehicles and stuff like that. Yeah. I accidentally just happened upon this army last night. Didn't exactly plan it. I mean, that's fine. So, have you built the tank? Have you built the army, or is it just a list that you've it's a theory craft list? I guess is do you own the physical models, or are we just throwing theory craft ideas around at this point? There's no right or wrong answer. It is built. Okay. So for Deathwatch, I mean, I don't play Deathwatch, so I don't have the best advice to give you. It depends. There's a couple of questions. It depends on how much you want to lean on regular Space Marine units. And it kind of depends on what kind of units you like to take. I mean, a lot of Space Marine players will tell you that repulsor executions are exceptionally good. They're anti-everything in many ways. But it's a bit of a departure from your thematic sneaky beaky list. Just slapping a big bit of heavy armor in there, right? So that might not be the sort of the vibe you were going for. What do you think of the suppressors for anti-tank? Are they not quite enough? I mean, suppressors, they're the ones with the autocannons, right? They're the light anti-tank. They're the light autocannons. Strength 7, 8, -1 damage 2. Yeah, they're not really anti-tank. They're more anti-light infantry. Anti-light to medium infantry. Yeah. Eradicators are generally okay, I think. People in chat are saying eradicators. Yeah. Let's have a look. So one thing I would suggest, if you're, I don't know how new to the game you are. Fuck me. There we go. But there's a list builder that I recommend that's called New Recruit. I'll move my face so you can see the name of it. Okay, New Recruit. It's totally free, and it allows you to build lists and see all the stats of the units in one place. So what you can do is we can have a look. So we'll go battle size. Are you thinking of going 2,000 or staying at staying at 1K? You're using your crew. Excellent. You want to go 2K. Okay, excellent. I think what you've got already is, again, bear in mind I'm not a competitive player, but I think what you've got already for, you've got a combination of, you've got a nice balance of effectiveness and vibes. So I think all you need to do for your next 1,000 points is literally add in a bunch of like big chungus firepower. That's my gut instinct. Deathmatch Kill Team is the new one, isn't it? Yeah. That's your heavy intercessor one. That's your infiltrator one. Is there not a Deathwatch Kill Team with that you can take Eradicators? Or maybe it's this one. Maybe it is the Indomina Kill Team. Ah, here we go. Maybe some of these bad boys is what we need. Ooh, yeah. I think you want Indomita Kill Teams, mate. Yeah. I'd look into, there'll be someone out there, or maybe if you just load them up with every special weapon you can get, I suppose you can't go too wrong. But yeah, 3 metal rifles, some bows over the multi-metal, you can't quite have him as well. Yeah, I'd look at some Indomina kit. I think that's what you're looking at. Disposition, reconnaissance, I mean, that's fine. Reconnaissance in force. The first half of the list, that's the one doing the recon. The second half of the list is what comes in when the enemy is discovered, and you need to make sure you win those firefights. You know, that's what, I think you can square it away. Yeah. So that would be my advice. To stick with the Deathwatch theme, and to stick with the light infantry, not necessarily light infantry, but to stick with the infantry theme of the list. I think Indomina Kill Teams is where you're looking. Or Repulsor Executioners, whatever you, yeah, if you're not that bothered about sticking to the theme. Hope that helps, man. Sorry it's not as focused as it could be, but I'd rather tell you that I'm not an expert on Deathwatch than tell you something and say it with extreme confidence and maybe lead you down the wrong path. So I'd like to, at least I can do is point you in the right direction. Alright. What have we got here? Halen Jedi, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Yes, thank you for the support, mate. Thank you for doing your part. And also a massive shout out to Snowpiece T for the super sticker, the poo emoji, and a big thank you to Macon. Thank you for the super chat. Damn Legion has a Bolt Action Inquisition for your attention in stream discussion. Alright, let's end on a bit of the old bolty action. MG, I couldn't help myself. Yes. Yes. You are one of us now, brother. A great choice. A great choice indeed. And I believe if you play your cards right, you can build both turrets. So you can build it so it can be the aviary or the normal Churchill. So there you go. There you go. Awesome. Love the Churchill, mate. Very, very cool kit. And an excellent thing to end the stream on. All right. You know what? I think that just about wraps everything up. My laptop is massively overheating. My laptop is massively overheating. It's given it all she's got, Captain. But I suspect the old girl wasn't really designed for streaming, so we definitely won't be doing this down every time. But we can do it. We can do it occasionally during the heat waves. It's good to have the backup option. But I am going to shoot off now. But before I do, let me just take a moment to say a massive, massive thank you to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream, for liking it, for subscribing to the channel, and of course a massive thank you to all of you for putting up with the backup system. And I know it's probably been happening with annoying frequency. I get it. Like, I wish we could just be up in the studio all the time. It's annoying having to deal with the fucking, so this is the third time we've had to do it in a non-ideal environment. I do apologise for that, guys. But I want to say thank you for your support and thank you for your patience. I do really appreciate it. I also want to say a huge thank you to everyone for your support, not just in this stream, but in all the streams. Like, we get to the end of another week of me being able to do this gig full time, and 4 years on, I'm still completely blown away by the generosity of the community, completely blown away by the kindness of this community, and completely in awe of its absolute degeneracy as well. I won't get too soppy with you, but no, seriously, guys, thank you. I am grateful for every week that I get to do live streaming as a job, and I'm very, very I count myself very fortunate. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to every single one of you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you all have an excellent weekend. Enjoy the weather if you are having a bit of a heat wave like we are over here. And if you're working this weekend, don't work too hard. And yeah, just I hope you have a great weekend, boys. And yeah, I think that's everything. So, without further ado, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.